Excuse me. All right, let's get into it. So, this. Let's see here. So, this is a video from. Let's see. This is a video from WestJet. He has 700,000 subscribers, near almost 800. It says Sakuno's return just got absolutely insane, so we're going to hear about this and see where this goes.
Lloyd, Saikuno just returned to streaming, and boy oh boy, people were pissed. Let's check it out.
Alright, well, as most of you guys know, I've been gone for a bit, and while I've been gone, I was working on myself and repairing the damage I've done to...
Ain't no way he's still doing the anime voice.
Bro, is your XP bar not full enough? Is it not full enough?
Love or hate Rice Gum, he's cooking.
my girlfriend
Rice
and our
gum.
relationship. And what I did to her was horrible, and for a lot of people, they could never forgive that.
Hey, so
I regret doing it so much, and
This virgin just said the return of the gig.
in the time I've been gone, I've been working every single day to try and make things better.
Working on the weekend like usual.
It hasn't been easy, but I'm glad to share that not everything's perfect, but we made a lot of improvements, and I can confidently say, we can confidently say that we're doing a lot better. We're in a position where we could be happy together, and we're headed in a good direction.
Me and my girlfriend queued Among Us together with my other Chinese streamer friends, and then we played a bunch of League of Legends.
I wouldn't be coming back to streaming if both of us didn't feel that way.
This dude can't be getting away with this.
have you heard of the what? Have you heard of the broad of the broad laundry? Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I saw that. The gameplay was insane. How you can use like soap and shit. The graphics was out of this world, bro. I heard there's a grocery mission where you have to go get the groceries. It's perfect. Let's go. Let's go.
Hashtag justice for this guy. Hey, I'm an up-and-coming VTuber, and I was wondering if you could help me get my XP up permanently banned.
What is up, guys? It's Saikuno here.
Why is everyone treating this like a good thing? If the roles were reversed, the woman would still be called a I'm not for this. The double standards is gross. Wasn't this the second time, too? Why is he still talking like that, man?
Dude, I'm watching the stream. Why you try not to laugh, bro?
Oh, I don't care. He's a creep, and his girlfriend is pathetic. I mean, true. Yeah, that's pretty true. That's true.
All right, well, I'm pretty nervous, as you can guess. Ooh.
The silence is deafening.
Oh shit.
You know, with everything that happened, a lot has changed. And I think I've grown a lot from it in so many ways. And I'd say that's most of the update I've got. It's going a lot better, and
This man was banging chicks. He was banging a bunch of women and VTubers. He managed to convince a bunch of VTubers to show their face and fuck them. Yeah, the face of Faye, she looks old as shit. Like, she's really old.
I wouldn't be coming back if it wasn't that way.
I mean, his girlfriend is sort of pathetic for taking him back, but that's on her. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
that's from
saying?
Bleach.
Like,
Yeah, thank you guys, is all I can say. And also, of course, thank you to all my friends who, you know, are still supporting me. I don't know if I would have done quite as well if I didn't have such supportive friends who really want the best for me. And
Zooey Mama XQC chimed in.
What about the other women?
both of us didn't feel that way.
Maybe why should we give a shit?
The new haircut.
So, in
Women, yikes.
so many ways.
Buddy, what about the other people? I mean,
So what do you want? An apology
Yeah.
to them? For what? They knew the parameters. The women were led to believe that he was single. Okay, perhaps true. But then they interacted after the fact, and they were still negotiating. And when there was no promise of a future, then they pulled the trigger on retaliation, which is the main problem. At that point,
He's right. XQC's right. As much as he yaps the way he does, he's not wrong. Listen what he just said.
becomes kind of.
He said.
What about the other people? I mean. So what do you want? An apology to them? For what? They knew the parameters. The women were led to believe that he was single. Okay, perhaps true. But then they interacted after the fact, and they were still negotiating. And when there was no promise of a future,
Yeah, there was no promise of them getting some of that Sakono dip. They all of a sudden retaliated. That's what that one bitch did.
then they pulled the trigger on retaliation, which is the main problem. At that point, it becomes kind of fair game. If you
When XQC makes sense, you know it's a problem. But yeah, a lot of the girls who came out with a slop basically said nothing.
If
Yep.
you're wronged and you don't fire a shot at getting a prize, your claim is valid for what it is. If you were wronged and you go, wait a minute, I can probably get a max win here, and you give it a shot, and you lose, then if you try to go and go with the first claim, it's kind of void.
What the actual f did you just say to me right now?
Bro, like, he said a whole lot of nothing.
I just thought, yo, he's kind of the GOAT.
Yo, stop with the Red Bull. It's Ramadan. Saikudo returns
Oh,
to
yeah,
streaming
that's pretty
after
good.
cheating scandal apology.
We just started the stream, so I'm caught up with all the reactions. Thank God I edited them all. Fuck yes, I got up to that. So from now on, when we do reactions, I'm only gonna pick 2 out of the whatever reactions of that day, so I can edit them like in less than an hour. So I am up to date with them. So there'll be like at least 2 videos coming out, maybe almost every day. I'm gonna try my best because Monty's video came out yesterday, so I'm gonna have every video that has 2 videos comes out, or 2 or 3 videos will come out a day, but it's gonna be on average on 2. So yeah, so like from the reaction channel, I'm saying specifically, I gotta think of something to do with the art channel. I might do reactions of art stuff, so the art channel don't get like totally like forgotten.
The 34-year-old streamer addressed the April cheating allegations head-on during the I'm Back broadcast, saying he has spent time preparing his relationship and that they both agreed it was a great time to return. Hide your VTubers, the Slayer is back.
Hi, your VTubers.
Champions Club Platinum card holder. He can't prevent smirking non-stop. Lol. Still doing that cringe voice, too. When you do
I'm
the
not gonna lie. Is he doing that on purpose? Or that's his actual speaking voice? Oh, he sent it to me. I'll definitely look at it, if possible. Let's see here. Wait, why is it overlapped like that? Cooking? I thought it was Sins. It's cooking? Hold on. It was cooking?
Ooh, you get the bust nuts or
Saikuno back? Seonka. I'm back? Bro, he might hit a Hey!
Everyone.
Bro instantly went into sub-only mode. His XP is high enough again. What did this guy do? Had intercourse with a consenting adult.
That's pretty much all I can really say.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Dude had intercourse with consenting adults. He just wasn't, he was not being transparent with his girlfriend. That's pretty much it. Pretty much it. That's pretty much what this dude did. If you really stop and think about it, the only sin he did was just not be truthful with his girlfriend. Dead ass. That's literally everything else is irrelevant. Everything is irrelevant. Cause all the bitches knew. They knew what he was doing, to a degree. Someone took my stuff. Your stuff. I mean, what they took? Like what? What did they take?
About it, I think we're doing better, and we're gonna be back
what'd they
to gaming and stuff like that, and hopefully having a good time.
The first Among Us stream back gonna be hitting different. You already know. You're not the victim, Jesus Christ. And you didn't change in just 2 months. Such a shameless person. Again, he's a scumbag for cheating, and that's bottom of the barrel activity, but he didn't really commit a crime or do anything irredeemable.
That this whole Saikuno thing has gone too far because even my parents know about it. Well, actually...
Oh, you're the liar, bitch. Yeah, I don't have nothing for this bitch. Anyway, the thing is, yes, he cheated on his girlfriend, which makes him a piece of shit, but it doesn't make him into, like, a EDP. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not EDP levels of horrible. This is just being a bad boyfriend. Nothing more, nothing less. No tiles, floors, you have to drive tile floor. What do you mean? Like, what happened? I'm so confused. What's happening? Like, what happened?
My mom is kind of tapped in, but my dad is not. I feel like, I'm like, what the f? It's reaching my dad's algorithm.
It might just be because you're Asian, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe everyone gets a notification on their Billy.
It's not racist, it's a preference. If I don't want to bang a...
Anyway, moving on.
I do think, obviously, there's a few people out there who aren't quite as friendly, but there's a lot of people happy to see me, and I think that
I'm sorry about that, dude.
means a lot, so thank you guys.
I think a lot of people are confused about the Saikuno situation, like why everyone cares so much. If he's just a boy and a player, and yeah, so what, he cheated on his girlfriend. I think the main reason why everyone cares so much, especially women, is because we genuinely thought that he was a safe person, and I'm sure
you bitches are horrible people. You bitches are, I'm gonna say directly in all y'all faces, you bitches are dumb. You don't know this man from a can of paint. He talks with an anime voice, he's 30 years old, and he just plays video games or reacts to shit. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Go outside, touch some grass, and get a motherfucking boyfriend in real life. Stop trying to make a online dude that you're not near or can't touch your boyfriend. The fuck is wrong with you hoes? I'm dead serious. This is stupid as shit. Imagine if a bunch of dudes started saying this stupid shit. You know what they'd be called? Incels. You know what they'd be called? Losers. You know what they'd be called? Lonely losers. You know, that's what they'd be called. You girls say you feel safe watching a dude on a screen that you don't know? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Because he has an anime voice? Oh my god. Get the fuck over yourselves. The dude's an asshole for cheating on his girlfriend, but that's nothing more to it. Get the fuck up out of here. Yeah, the irony. The shit's so stupid. It's insane. Like, it's wild to me. He's a safe person. The fuck? Then all you girls should be sucking the ass of fucking Markiplier or some shit. Which I'm pretty sure majority of you do. I'm like, goddamn. Like, it's not that deep. The dude's a loser for doing something to his girlfriend, but he didn't, like, touch a kid. Get the fuck up out of here. Get a boyfriend. Go on a date. Go out and touch some fuck-ass grass. Like, the fuck? You hoes are dumb. I'm not saying this woman specifically, but what she said is dumb. You like, come on, you feel safe? He's gonna go come through the screen and protect you from your bullshit? Are you stupid? The fuck is wrong with you bitches? Oh my god. Get over yourselves. The VTuber's saying this. The Chibi VTuber dude is saying this. Hold the fuck. Go touch grass. The irony in my response in that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. There's gonna be a point where you gotta say, this is stupid. Okay, he cheated on his girlfriend. It's not cool. He's a piece of shit for it. He'll have to redeem himself. I'm pretty sure he will within, like, a couple of years or so. Like, 2 years from now. Because most people are not gonna care or forget. Because the bitches who he was fucking didn't care. And they still don't care. They didn't look up on this chick when she was being, hurt. They just used their name to say stuff to get clout. Fuck these hoes. These bitches are worse than anything. They're just as worse as the dudes that you claim is horrible, too. They just do it differently. The fuck is odd? There's no sisterly love amongst you hoes. Fuck out of here with that, bro. I might make this the video.
That's why he was always hanging around with female content creators. So that's why it's
so
shocking
serious?
To see that someone that you thought was...
Were you girls really sitting here watching this, dude? I want to know the demographic numbers on his demographics, like between men and women. It has to, I'm telling you, it must be either 50-50 or 60-50 or some shit, like 60-40. Because I don't know, like, I only know about Sakuno by like a slight bit of passing. And then after this whole situation, I was like, oh shit, this dude was fucking women. I thought he was like an anime dude type dude. Like, I knew he was and I knew about his situation. Like, I knew about him, but I never watched his shit because I thought he was just kind of like a meh, like meh, like meh. He's a right streamer, I guess, but it's like, it's not something I will watch. He's not like a iShowSpeed or some shit. He's not like a fucking shit. He's not an XQC or some shit. I ain't watching him. And then when bitches out here saying that they feel safe watching him, what does that mean? What does that mean? If imagine a bunch of dudes saying, "I watch Alinity because I feel safe." Fucking feel like you look. Get the fuck out of my face. You feel safe. Oh my god.
Respectful towards.
I will respect you more if you say the bitch is hot and I wanna get on them heavies. Fine, I guess that's a little bit, you know, believable. But you saying you safe? Oh my god.
You actually turned out to use that to their advantage. To use that image that they had of you, of being safe.
Yeah, it's the nice guys you gotta worry about.
Yes, the nice guys, the male feminists. They actually want to either wear your skin or or wear you out. If you get what I'm saying. It's usually the male feminists. 9 times out of 10. They pretend to be your friend. They're for your cause and everything under the sun. They say all the right buzzwords and all that shit. Women's rights, blah blah blah, all that bullshit. And then when you really look in their past, they're just as worse or even more worse than the dudes that you hate. Actually, remember that dude who kept on hyping up Frost back in G4, the G4 situation when she was talking about women in gaming or something, or sexism in gaming or some shit. And the black guy, the biracial dude on the side was saying, "Talk to him, Frost! Talk to him, Frost! Yeah!" And hyping her up and saying stupid shit. And then when you look to his past, he said the most misogynist shit about women. Like he was talking about, he was hyping her up on the fact that she was talking about sexism in gaming and how the sexism's insane and men have to do better and everything under the sun. That really tanked G4. Let's call it for what it is. But like, it was funny because the dude who was hyping her up, if you check all his videos, majority of his videos, when people did a deep dive and investigated who he was a piece of shit. He was no different than the bitches that she was talking about. Shit was crazy. How was he able to communicate? He was just screaming on the side by her when she was saying, she was getting on her talking point. She just literally hijacked the entire show, saying something about sexism in gaming, and she's seeing the chat, and she said she's not bangable as that of like Morgan Webb and Olivia Munn and all that shit. I'm like, yeah, you are not bangable. You look like a plank of wood.
They're the wolves in sheep's clothing most of the time. Like, even now, his LARP has gone intergalactic. He still can't drop the voice or the persona.
I'm nervous, guys. I wasn't sure if this was a good or a bad idea. I thought it was kind of dumb, but I was like, well, I guess I should still be myself, right? So I was like, if I'm really nervous, I'll wear my nervous shirt. And maybe, I don't know.
This is what you girls want to suck off? I'm being dead serious. I'm not even trying to be funny. Like, this is not even jealousy. This is just strange. This is just weird. Like, weird as fuck. Not him, per se, I guess. But you girls actually sat in his stream and saying, I feel safe watching him play games? Shit. Right? How far is your LARPing will go? Like, the real question here is, like, I can see why girls like Markiplier, because yes, he has like the chiseled chin and all that stuff, and he has the beard, and he has his voice, his radio sounding voice. I can get that, right? But when you sound like an anime character, it kind of like it's a 50-50 win. Who knows? Maybe no one's dating them. Well, pretty much, because like when you think about it, like well, she did. When I think of it now, that chick actually explained something that a lot of girls do. Because I remember. Okay, so I'm gonna mention this. This is a story I did. This is a Artextric like story time. So like okay, so when I was in college, I had to do a oh, back to business class. Gotta mention that again. I was doing a business class assignment, and I had to do like a case study type thing or like a what do you call it? Is it a case study? No, it was like a sample size study or some shit, right? And I was tasked to find and ask women around campus about which perfume would they prefer, right? I've been hearing of it late that hoes are mad because of their private weenies. Let's go. Though to me, I want to see a succubus. That's crazy. So like the thing is that so yeah, I had to do like a assignment where I had to walk around campus and ask women questions about you know, like which perfume would they like, and I had to keep a tally of it and all that stuff, and they have to explain why, and I have to like kind of like note those things and see why this particular perfume was like. So I had like three, I think, like three of them. But at the time, what I didn't realize when I was doing this sample size was that I was with my friend Vivi, and she had a similar business class. We were not in the same class, but we had similar classes. And the funny thing about that was she was hanging out with me at the time as I was walking around asking women questions. At first, I thought this was going to be hard because I was like, okay, I got to walk up to women, I got to ask them stupid questions and hope they don't think I'm creepy, right? What I did not realize, because I was nervous about that, it was that, because you know how dudes be like using excuses to just ask women stupid things or ask very creepy and weird questions. So, yeah, I understand. But, because like when she was with me, she was in a business outfit, she was in a business suit. And when we was walking around campus, we was like, you know, talking, you know, chilling and whatever, and talking about how our days was going and stuff. And as we walked to every girl, I'll ask them a question and stuff. What I didn't realize, the reason why the women, and I was shocked that the women was so accepting of answering my questions. What I didn't realize was that because Vivi was next to me and walking around with me, I guess what happens is because they saw Vivi next to me, or she was associated with me, they thought, oh, he's not a weirdo. I didn't think of it till after the fact. I didn't really hit me till I realized it, like till the whole thing was over. But I realized the only reason they answered me and answered my questions accordingly and like took on my tally and my polls is only because Vivi was with me. So because she was with me, it dropped their so-called like their guard up, because like if he's with a chick, that's probably his girlfriend or something, or they probably think that's my friend or girlfriend, whatever the case may be. So like, oh, he's not asking weird questions because he wants to like, you know, sniff me or some shit. He's actually just a legitimate question. So I was like, yeah. So that was literally what it was. So when that chick said something around the lines of she watches Akuno because they make them feel safe, and he had a lot of girls on his stream, that told them as long as he had a bunch of girls on his stream, that makes him safe in the sense of that when he says things, he's not going to say anything weird. That was the only reason. I didn't realize it till after the fact. I was like, oh, fuck. Because I asked about 20 or 30 women, and I didn't get rejected once of the responses. They answered my questions. I was expecting for everyone not to answer. I thought out of the 30 I asked, about two will actually answer the questions. Because I was under that impression. I didn't want to talk to them. I just wanted to get my assignment done. But the fact that I realized like how many of them was so quick to answer, and they gave even more information that I even asked. They even asked me questions about the assignment, showing that I had interest. So that proved to me that the reason why they even engaged with me is because there was another woman in the equation. So that's crazy and annoying at the same time. So you can't really do anything. It's just weird now when I think about it. It's just like, what the fuck, dude? I'm glad that Vivi was with me at the time, because I probably would have like literally failed that assignment. That shit would have pissed me off, because I was expecting to fail. But you know. Yeah, my fear. I asked like 30 to 40 women.
Oh, my bad. He got his nervous shirt on. I should have known.
Easy.
I'm gonna be honest, I can't watch this. I can't. I'm so sorry. It just feels weird to me to like, feels
right?
weird, and it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, he up. He's trying to be a better person, and just, you know what I mean? And he just needs to get that out. It's like, really, I can't do it. I'm so sorry.
To be fair, it did get out of hand for Saikuno. I feel pretty bad myself. You know, people were calling him a predator and like a rape. A bit disappointed his return video wasn't some Among Us gameplay. And bro left the comments on, so props to him, not gonna lie.
Can't really say much because him and his girl good, bro. That's really all that matters.
I mean, hey, if she doesn't care, I guess no harm, no foul.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If he cheated on his girlfriend and the girl forgave him, what the fuck are we upset about? Honestly, think to yourself, why are we upset? Let's switch the roles. Let's say a girl cheated on her man. She's a streamer. She cheated on her man. Her man still takes her. You know what everyone's gonna say? He's a bitch. Off rip. They're gonna say he's a bitch, he's a simp, he's a cuck, he's a this, he's a that. He makes every excuse for her, everything on the sun. They will make videos on him left and right. They will make less videos on her and more videos on him. Remember the cooking with Kaya situation when she was cheating on her boyfriend? I think she cheated on her boyfriend. She didn't get as much flack as much. She did get flack, but she didn't get as much. It didn't last that long. Not Saikuno levels of bad. It just kind of happens. See what I'm saying? Like, it's not that bad. When women do it, it's not as horrendous as that as a dude, because they'll look at a dude as a bitch than she just being a woman. Because what most people do, they'll make an excuse somewhere down the line for her. Correct. Because it's easier to hate on men. Because when a man tends to defend himself in something he did that was wrong, people go twice as hard at him because they see him as a form of like, because women say this thing like men get away with shit. I don't know what man gets away with anything that he does, especially if it's found out that he was doing something. I don't know where women get this idea where men just get away with things. It's like, shh.
Girlfriend with well, I don't really know. Apparently, there are like a lot of individuals for a long period of time. He preyed on smaller streamers that tend to also be young, but like 18 young.
Oh my god! You see what she's doing? You see what she's fucking doing? She's a cunt. She's a cunt. She's trying to make it sound worse than it is. That is still an adult. Because when you was 18 and someone says you're too young, you will be quick to tell them, no, I'm not, I'm adult. You're a cunt. You're trying to make him out into a predator when he's not. He picked bitches who was consenting to the bullshit, and that's it. She's an idiot. That's not 18, that's an adult. She wouldn't say that if it was a grown man who was 18 and he was raping women. She wouldn't say that he was 18 when he was talking to, like, he was trying to, or she wouldn't say that if he was 18 and he was killing people. They'll see him as an adult. I hate when they do that shit. That shit be dumb. Isn't 18 not adult? Shit.
He's, what, 30-something? So, that's like TLDR.
That doesn't matter. That's not your problem. The person's 18 now. If they consent to do stupid shit, right? If you consent at 18 to do stupid shit, you're an adult. Whatever happens to you, happens to you. Shit. That's crazy. That shit is crazy. I think every man has thought of that at one point. At least once. I want to pick 18, but in their 20s at least. I feel like 18 is too young for me, and not too young for me per se, because just like the mindset. But like for me, if I had to pick someone young, they would be like in their 21, 22, 23, 24. But I don't like dating women like that young. I like dating women like 2 years younger than me. That's a lot for me. 2 years younger than me is a lot for me. I like staying in between like a year or a couple of months. At max 2 years. I have good news. What is the news, my dude? A new game with heavies? Send to me. I would love to see. We might get to see it. New game with some heavies. Let's go. And a good looking character. Let's go. You gotta send to me. Is it a gacha game? Nice. Because like for me, 2 years is a lot. Like that's a big gap for me. I think for my parents, they're like 4 years apart from each other, but I feel like that's a lot in my head. I feel like 2 years is the perfect number for me, like in age. Now, if she's older than me, she has to be at least a couple of months. Like I can't, I like a couple of months to a year. That's it. A couple months to a year. She can't be like 2, 3 years older, 4 years older. Nah, I ain't fucking with that. Because at that point, even if you're like taller than her, you're gonna feel like a little brother. And you don't want to feel that way. You don't want to feel like she's older than you in the sense of like, she feels older than you. She feels more mature than you. Even by number, right? Like, I really wouldn't advocate for dudes to take women older than them. I really wouldn't advocate for it at all. I'm not saying it's bad, but I wouldn't really suggest it. I would suggest dudes to get girls who are much younger than them by like a year or two. Research. Wait, isn't that fight? Oh no, I'm thinking of that South Korean fighting game. Yeah, you gotta send them. I'll check that out.
I would say
Cheating, yes, but preying on people, I think that's a slight exaggeration.
Yeah, that's an exaggeration. She's saying stupid shit.
I don't think that's very good faith, to be fair. And him going for younger women is weird, but again, nothing illegal. If you made it this far, please leave a comment and a like down below. I live in Canada, and we're in a recession, technically, so anything helps.
Oh, you're in Canada? That sucks. Alright, that's the end of that. That video came to an end. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. I hope you guys enjoyed the commentary. If it didn't jive with you, then I'm sorry, it is what it is, but you know, we can't always get it right and we can't always get it wrong. But like, honestly, I think that was a pretty fair take on what I said. So with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Laters. Alright, let's see. What's next on the list? Saikuno's done. Anima. Is this in Japanese or is this in English? Oh, I'm not reading. Nope, that's in Japanese. Nope, I am not going to go through all that. Alright. Name of the manga? What manga was that? Okay, so this is a video by Kyle. Kyle has 109,000 subscribers. I've watched his videos many times. I have actually reacted to some of his videos before. And this video is called The State of Play Must Have for Hype. So he's talking about the state of play. I guess he watched it and he's giving his opinion on it. I don't think he was too happy, probably with the God of War situation. I understand why, but let's see where this goes. So I'm going to show it in 2 seconds, see what he says. Let's go. Either I get so much great art, either so much great art or a bunch of heavies. It's always a mix between great art, great heavies, or art that is heavies.
Fable delay. Fable delay. Fable delay. Fable delay. Fable delay. Beta testers delay again. Fable delay. Fable delay.
God damn.
Fable delay.
Ooh, that must be nice.
Fable delay.
Please, sir, may I have some less? You see this? You see that? Oh my god.
Fable delayed. 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 Delayed, 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 delayed again, delayed.
Oh god.
Delayed again. Hello, beta testers.
I might have to skip the song if I decide to edit this because, well, I don't know, it's copyrighted. I'm not sure, so.
Like the video, or comment, or hype. To see these more often, put some food on my table. If you're watching this the day I upload it, one of the multiple shows will be taking place today. And as we step into an era less anchored by sensitivity and queer, gaming will be forced to compete or become obsolete. Eastern games like Marvel Rivals are unapologetically raking in money and literally making the butts of their characters fatter. It's
Nice.
funny. All these years, all it took for a character like Squirrel Girl to get popular was to not be handled by the modern audience nose ring dyed hair West. It is amusing to me watching Fortnite struggle to keep up with its game rated the same, because it sees itself now situated, categorized as a brain rot game. But when I take the time to show you that DEI isn't just ugly women in games or flat chests or preachy messaging, I stress that even the movement needs to be toned down and nerfed so that something organic and human, like a dance, is instead rigid and mechanical.
Yeah, so if you look closely at the dance here, he's pointing out is that when it came to the Fortnite chick dancing, she doesn't her upper body does not jiggle at all, but the guy does. If you look closely, he actually jiggles. Hers is stiff, his does not jiggle.
It's not because the technology
See,
isn't
right there. When he starts shaking his chest, you see that? He can shake his chest and there's a jiggle, right? But when she does it, she's stiff as possible. They did that on purpose on Fortnite, so there's no breast shaking. These fuckers.
Here, it's the fact that a group of activists have prioritized inclusivity over fun or quality. So a dance everyone recognizes should be more exaggerated stays dull because woke says so. For these clown gaslighting pussy posse pronouns to still be using woke,
Yeah, they look closely at the dance.
dull because woke.
So the dance here is like, it's a lot more sanitized. There's no butt poking out within the dance. And the hands are not out, so it shows more butt poking. It's just this weird laid back movement. So it matches that of the movement of the feet, but it doesn't match the movement of that of the butt. So it just looks like this weird like laid back move.
Says so. For these clown gaslighting pussy posse pronouns to still be using woke in quotations. What does woke mean? You have all the time in the world to figure it out in your echo chamber as you play. Willfully ignorant cock. We get it. You like penis, you like penis, you like penis. So, I guess a fat woman can be too feminine, so her jaw needs to change and her face needs to...
Yeah, she... Wait, is this the BR? Huh. Yeah. The breast is the cleavage is covered up. Jawline's much more square. You name that game. Which one?
To be made uglier, and of course those blue eyes have got to go because that's problematic. A game like Fable has a DEI mandated feminine walk for a man character because to they them it doesn't matter. This slid right past them because they didn't notice. But I'm here to tell you that impressions matter because a decision is being made on whether or not to fund this slop. And in the same way, a glance at the vomit-worthy aesthetic of trash entities like Paul Tassi view as rad in 26 isn't gonna save Marathon.
2 seconds. Okay, gotcha.
I'm here to tell feminine face you the time in the world.
Oh, you mean this is oh, that's what he was asking. He was asking about this game. It's called Paraphernalia.
Gaslighting, pussy posse pronouns to still be using.
Yeah, it's called Paraphernalia. It's a new gacha game that's coming out. We'll be streaming. Okay, I gotcha.
Quotations. What does woke mean? You have all the time in the world to figure it out in your echo chamber as you play. Willfully ignorant cock. We get it. You like penis. You like penis. You like penis. So, I guess a fat woman can be too feminine. So her jaw needs to change and her face needs to be made uglier. And of course, those blue eyes have got to go because that's problematic.
There we go.
A game like Fable has a DEI
Wait, let me
mandate.
see. It's like a Pokemon Gacha Genshin game. Pokemon Genshin. I'll put it in the chat. 1 second. It's called Paraphernalia, if I remember right. It's like a Pokemon type, Genshin type game. Okay, I'll let this play in as I look for it.
Dated feminine walk for a man character, because to they them, it doesn't matter. This slid right past them because they didn't notice. But I'm here to tell you that impressions matter because a decision is being made on whether or not to fund this slop. And in the same way, a glance at the vomit-worthy aesthetic of trash entities like Paul Tassi view as rad in 26 isn't gonna save Marathon. I want every developer to understand GTA 6 is not all you have to fear. No release date runway is clear. Today I'd like to explore predictions for the upcoming Sony State of Play, Nintendo Direct, Xbox Showcase, and Jeff Keighley Tencent Summer Game Show. I'll be including far-fetched assumptions in the hopes that the show manages hype, which is what I think it needs to manage if you're giving people 2 weeks notice so you can have screenings, you know what I'm saying? So number one on my, ooh, you better have these top 3 is Hogwarts Legacy sequel. Despite Alphabet efforts at a boycott, Hogwarts Legacy sold over 40 million copies, and you're listening to a Harry Potter loving normie that fell in love with a series of books that got a nation of ADHD video game obsessed late 90s and early 2000s anime kids, Pokemon card collecting kids to actually sit their ass down and read. I
First tutorial.
I've had experiences with people who saw the books targeted by televangelists like T.D. Jakes and John Hagee, who told their parents that they are not allowed to read these books. You have to imagine how dank the aura of this cultural moment You've got Marilyn Manson, Eminem, and video game aura as a prime scapegoat for all of the evil that exists in the world. And I remember even as a child thinking, this is okay in books, this is okay in TV, this is okay in movies. Either way, 20 years later, it's a bestseller, and I expect the people who were pleased with the first to be pleased with this. You, beta tester, don't have to spend a dime to be guaranteed the kind of entertainment that identity entities melting down and making a fool of themselves will surely step up to the plate and contribute once again. What an anniversary. Gaming's most insufferable parasites, and I hope they get into it with VTubers again, because I'm not so sure that the optics are something they need right now. Number 2, Fair Games potentially rebranded Break-In. It seems insane to me that I'm including this as one of the top 3 things necessary to inspire hype, but trust me, I think Fair Games as a Concord is a good thing for everybody. It's gonna entertain us one way or another. You could probably hear the smile on my face, but I didn't line up this sacrifice, Sony did. You know what I'm saying? So
I didn't line up the
however
sacrifice.
much blood is cool for this altar, you know what I mean? Sony just queues up another. I wouldn't be surprised if they announced 3 other live services. What happened to Time Takers? We go see Time Takers again? Imagine they put that in the PlayStation show? Listen, after losing a director and a studio founder in a development that, quote, struggled to find fun, end quote, a corny eat the rich layer of foolishness icing an already ugly DEI mandated cake of an extraction shooter is exactly the kind of comedy that I'm sorry, I'm getting like inside excited about this. That's crazy. Okay? The reason I think there's potential for hype is mainly because this could be shadow dropped, meaning Sony could be launching yet another extraction shooter in the midst of their marathon extraction shooter struggling to find an audience, and boy oh boy, would that just, it would just make for a spicy meatball, okay? Number 3, Kingdom Hearts 4, Darth Vader, Iron Man, Homer Simpson, a keyblade in both hands, sign me.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I really did not. I'm kind of surprised that they never showcase Kingdom Hearts 4 in the state of play. I'm surprised they didn't show GTA 6. I'm surprised they didn't show, like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of weird that was never showcased, not once. It's kind of weird to me. Very, very strange.
Yup, baby. Let's see what Utada Hikaru's got for when I walk away and you won't hear me say please. Oh baby. Number 4. An Infamous collection. Or, you know, one of the old properties.
Or Infamous, yes.
Like one of these things.
Or
yapping.
Jack and Dexter, or I wouldn't say Crash, but Jack and Dexter or Ratchet and Clank.
About all the time. People saw that, I guess, something was delisted, and they've been yapping about the potential of Infamous happening. So, okay, yeah, sure, right, whatever. Number 5, Wolverine, female-led God of War spinoff, and potentially Final Fantasy VII. I've yapped extensively about how Insomniac Games and their desperation to, quote, see themselves as they endlessly parrot their inclusive cult nonsense. They hire a 40-year-old to play Mystique, which would have not been a big deal on its own, but it's Insomniac. Who,
I've never played an Infamous. Always wanted to, but never got the chance.
I could sum up with just one picture of what they did to Mary Jane. Deborah Wilson is in Wolverine as well, because of course that's the way it's gotta be. And if they're trying to get away with this ball-headed eye patch character, I'm just gonna have more things to laugh at, alright? You won't understand until it's out how desperate they are to inject that sensitivity, but you're gonna get an emotional Logan, yeah. Because that's what the women want to write, you know what I mean? But they're not doing it in a sexy or fun way like a Love in Deep Space, or this guy could, you know, and that's the kind of books that they write, you know what I'm saying? You know, they're gonna need to learn a Ghost of Yotei lesson, if I can put it that way. Remember Ghost of Yotei that ended support after like a month and a half, when Ghost of Tsushima received support for over a year? Damn, Legends. I guess you ruined it. PC sales not looking too good when it's not Stellar Blade and first-party sales are down, down, down. What's the excuse? That we're not making games, or that it's all just girl boss slop? And you're intending more of that with God of War in this show? Keep ignoring that data, Sony. I'm sure the Eastern developers will actually use the data. If I may quickly sum up what I believe God of War lady version will be, it'll be like when they tried to push Gears of War in that lady direction.
Yeah, pretty much.
Learn a lesson. It's like Crystal Dynamics. You know what I think? I think that they're going to have to put another God of War with a man to just smooth things over. And that will indicate
No. What's gonna happen is I predicted a little bit in the demo, a little before we realized it was God of War. What's gonna happen is, it's called God of War, right? And everyone knows why they're there. So like 9 times out of 10, people are gonna play it because it's gonna be divisive as fuck. But like the reason why real people are gonna play it is because it's gonna be flashbacks of Kratos, and somewhere down the line you're gonna get to play as Kratos in like a flashback, or in some type of like insane spiritual sequence or something, like at the far end of the game. But most of the time it's gonna be flashbacks and him walking and talking to you, but he's not really him. It's just a manifestation of your psyche or some shit. That's what's gonna happen. Yeah, so you always care about Kratos. We don't care about his wife. No one cares about his wife. We were surprised he got a wife. We were surprised he had a son. But after that literally melted away, we didn't give a fuck. Because you know what we all assumed? If he fucked a woman and had a child with him, we ultimately thought she was probably hot already. Like, you know what I'm saying? You already assume that Kratos is gonna fuck some bitch that's like, not only worth a shit, but like, she's hot as fuck. But they made her ugly as shit. Well, the actress is not actually that bad looking. I wouldn't pick her myself, but she's not bad looking. But they just made her model look ugly. Let's see, this would be better than another. Yes, someone said it should have been a DLC. Yeah, everyone said it was supposed to be a DLC, and the next game should have been about Atreus. Like, straight up.
That they are aware that nobody's in the woman mood. Do you get what I'm saying? After all this girl boss decade nonsense. And it reminds me of when Crystal Dynamics knew that aside from their new Mexican Lara Croft they trying desperately to make happen, they had to have the OG version that, I don't know, looks good. Looking so good that there were, activists angry, barking, oh, I can't believe it. And I have nothing else to say about Final Fantasy. I unfortunately, I'm part of this dweeb wanted a real remake instead of a reimagining club. So just let me be an old man. You can come and donate money and convince me to get into the games, and sure. But otherwise, number 6, Horizon Hunters Gathering. Sony made this state of play apparent weeks ago. And again, I think that what it needs is a shadow drop. So if they don't shadow drop...
This is the Horizon game? Bro, this is the Horizon game? With Aloy? Oh my god, they went such a different direction in our style. My god.
Horizon Hunters Gathering. Sony made this state of play apparent weeks ago. And again, I think that...
It looks cool. I'm not gonna lie. The art style is kind of cool. I'm not even gonna lie. The art style is cool. I wasn't expecting it to look like that. I knew about the peg leg lady. But, like, I didn't know it looked like that.
What it needs is a shadow drop. So if they don't shadow drop Break-In is what it's calling itself now, Fair Games, then hopefully they can shadow drop a beta for Hunter's Gathering so we can all go get our footage of that fat bitch and laugh and jump on our peg leg and, just go back to...
So, wait, they're trying to make it look like Monster Hunter? Is that what that is?
Forgetting all of the games that they keep coming out with, thinking that this is supposed to be a big deal. I mean... Come on. So, with all of that out of the way, I can now focus on forgetting all of the games that they keep coming out with, thinking that this is supposed to be a big deal. I mean, come on. So, with all of that out of the way, I can now focus on games that I'm excited to talk about. Aside from Hogwarts Legacy. Number 7, Shift Up's next game after Stellar Blade. Shift Up impressed many of us with Stellar Blade and Eve, effortlessly showcasing what activists and fun police have forbid in gaming for a decade. IGN claimed it must have been made by a studio who'd never seen a woman, and woke psychopaths desperately tried to...
God damn, is that Sailor Venus? I'm more of a Sailor Mars type of dude. I'm for Sailor Mars. She's my favorite of all the Sailor Scouts, but Sailor Mars. Oh my god, Sailor Mars. I like Sailor Mars the most. I'm sorry. I like the blue head chick and the blonde chick, but if I had to pick any of them, I'm picking Sailor Mars. I will die for that bitch. I think out of every anime chick I will pick, like, as a waifu, I think I would just pick Rem. Rem is my favorite waifu of all time.
Prove that the proportions are too exaggerated and no real woman looks like that. And here comes a skirt-wearing man at Digital Foundry saying that this is problematic, and that's wonderful. In 2024, Shift Up gifted the whole studio PlayStation 5s so that they could experience Stellar Blade when they were done. In 2025, Shift Up gifted the entire studio PlayStation 5 Pros.
Oh, you missed it, bro. Here, wait, I'll go back for you a little bit.
Stellar Blade. Shift Up impressed many of us with Stellar Blade and Eve, effortlessly showcasing what activists and fun police have forbid in gaming for a decade. IGN claimed it must have been made by a studio who'd never seen a woman, and woke psychopaths desperately tried to prove that the proportions are too exaggerated and no real woman looks like that. And here comes a skirt-wearing man at Digital Foundry saying that this is problematic, and that's wonderful. In 2024, Shift Up gifted...
Yeah, for me, I will go Sailor Mars. Sailor Mars is my favorite Sailor Scout. Let me see. Now, as I saying, there was the show Faye to be good looking. So they have a model of her looking better?
The whole studio PlayStation 5 so that they could experience Stellar Blade when they were done. In 2025, Shift Up gifted the entire studio PlayStation 5 Pros with a bonus on top of that. And then again in 2025, they gifted the whole studio Switch 2s. Now Shift Up is partnering with Shinji Mikami, the original creator of Resident Evil, and his new studio, Unbound. This hypothetically could be a dream come true for assholes like me, because I miss when heterosexuals made art. Too sensitive these days. Too sensitive for tits, because ugly dyed hair cat ladies are calling the shots. It's funny that Xenomorph is still being milked, pun intended, when the art could never exist today because it is horny and not in the transgender inclusion kind of shave the breasts off of women and call them body type 2s kind of way. The entities no one invited offended on people who they don't know's behalf. I expect things to change from giving a shit, and thank God Shift Up is a beacon and an example of many of these studios that have hard data that they prefer over the sentiment of dweebs screeching in an echo chamber in what they hope was a blue sky. Recently I played in Love in Deep Space to show the stream some of what the girls have available to them, and I'll spare you the chains and syringe laden details, but understanding that, like Genshin, Love in Deep Space competes in making 50 million plus a month.
How can I?
It's not even like to compete is like saying some of these games will be competing with GTA 6. Sorry, it had me leaning forward for a second because it's like, what am I saying? I mentioned this to indicate that so enamored was I with a studio of culture that I went into Shift Up's other game, Nikke Goddess of Victory, and not only was I made aware, filled with an understanding of how Shift Up's designs are without Sony's and censors breathing down their neck, but I had fun with what I classed as a charming experience with a story or writing better than...
God damn. Voice actor. Also, were you on Instagram? I don't think I checked yet. I have to go check. Alright, I'll go check.
Stellar Blade, which is interesting to say the least. Wherever this goes, I'm interested, and it seems to have less and less to do with Sony PlayStation. I'm glad they could be free of you, Sony. Number 8, Pearl Abyss's Doke AV. After Crimson Desert, it's clear to people who matter, gamers, that the 6 million copies it sold in mere weeks indicate the positive version of gamers speaking with their wallets.
Oh, I believe you.
Not a lot of that going around unless, you know, you got the help of some of these older properties. Good luck with your girl boss versions. I paid close attention to the specific issues players outlined in the early days and even screen capped some mods that the players initially gravitated towards, and it's crazy watching the developers, Pearl Abyss, focus on specifically targeting and enhancing the game by dealing with these in the interest of quality of life and a better experience. The frequency of the updates was also something to behold, and considering it's not typical in the West, it was something that, in my opinion, deserves recognition or accolade, the same way we were recognizing some of the inconsistencies of the reviewers that weren't satisfied unless it's wall-to-wall black people as usual in all of their games, because ironically, your idea of diversity and inclusion is seeing exactly you yourself included, and people that you don't like excluded, and genders that you don't like that are problematic excluded. We wish these entities the opportunity to insert themselves into whatever intergalactic, Dragon Age Veilguard, or Concord is coming on down the pipes for an audience of nobody.
Yeah.
True diversity to me is allowing these Korean developers to pursue their vision and see how well that resonates without your input, because you don't represent anything of value. For decades, I stepped outside of Western slop because of all the rules in place by coin shavers, and I'm done. Number 9, Azure Promelia.
Oh, there it is. That's the game. Azure Promelia.
As far as I'm concerned, when it comes to jiggle physics in gaming, and I'm ready for a date, an open beta, whatever. I'm done following all these tests, and you know what? I just want it in people's hands so that they can taste it for themselves. Number 10, Flowtopia, Anemo, and Petite Planet. Since I just touched on Azure Promelia, which has a bit of Animal Crossing and Pokemon in it with some jiggly
God
fucking shout out a similar shaped beta testers. I thought I'd just put all of these together. Petite Planet has me admittedly least excited. I feel they are the most competent bet as far as Hoyoverse and their track record is concerned, but the characters, in my opinion, are so ugly that it's like they ignored the cute factor in Animal Crossing entirely. But I'm sure they have willing hostages playing, testing, and giving feedback around the damn clock, so maybe they'll all pay for whatever Hoyo puts out at this point, and it's just like, what a squandered opportunity. You had yourself an Animal Crossing here, but the characters are like too furry, and I doubt that even the furries are kind of crazy into that. Surely they're into the more of a Zootopia look, but what the fuck do I know? After Genshin, after Honkai, after Zenless, I'm sure people will just line up and give money with their eyes closed. So moving on to Anemo, it looks interesting and more like what might capture the interest of the majority of people willing only to budge for a polished looking Pokemon adjacent experience. And this is only below Doke AV in that department, because as far as I'm concerned, it looks pretty good. Something that a lot of these games coming out these days can't say that they do. So even I intend to jump in and just see what the hell's going on with this, and I hope to have you join me. But lastly, Flowtopia is a fairly guaranteed appearance here, with a June kind of date being whispered, and it's 6 years out from the Coof that had us all shutting in and enjoying some Animal Crossing. So I look forward to just seeing what they bring to the table, and hope that maybe, you know, there's some competition in a way where, for God's sake, you know, it's not just everybody looking at this one stupid GTA game and there being fear that releasing it around then will cannibalize, because it will, you know. Speaking of GTA, number 11, Ananta. It feels like we've been waiting for too long without any, and I know that they're testing, so now I think would be a good time for a date. I'm not saying this is happening at any specific show, but if we make it through this week and all these shows and we don't see anything, it's just gonna be like, man, dude. I'm worried about performance. I'm worried about a couple of things, but if this game can just come out and look the way that it's showing everybody, like Crimson Desert, I expect that it will sell and do very well. Number 12, Tides of Annihilation. in my opinion, the true successor spiritually to God of War. I can tell at a glance and wish it all the success in the world, and I hope that it performs well and better than Girl Boss of War, because I'll be playing in hell yet more hack and slash games. Number 13, Jet Set Radio Future and a Crazy Taxi game. You know, I don't think there's much more to say for anybody that's old enough to get down on this. Game is a game. As long as they don't complicate that, we should be fine. I feel like Sega's a bit of a, probably too woke to make a compelling Golden Axe anymore without jumping through too many hoops and making it too tame. But, you know, I think Crazy Taxi and Jet Set shouldn't be too hard for them to ruin, right? So number 14 is kind of fun. Western Marvel games. This is the Iron Man game you heard about ages ago, the Blade game you heard about ages ago, and Captain America and his 3 black friends, the video game, okay? You don't really know anyone as passionate or
I thought this was canceled. I was so certain this was canceled. Huntress. Huh. I thought it was canceled. I wasn't looking forward to this game in the first place.
Instantly available to say mad shit about the woke that I can perceive at a glance, or ruining something like a super heroic physique for a superhero like Super Soldier Steve Rogers as Captain America. A reminder, a guy who took the super soldier serum. And I ask you, does this look like a super soldier?
Nope.
Does it look heroic?
Nope.
The answer is no, because it was made in the West. The pronounorific sensitivity consultant, triggered by White Man West, as triggered as they are by Sydney Sweeney's Big Milkers. So that means the Black Panther gonna be more muscly, and Captain America about to be like ew and puny because America bad and white man bad. That's right. That's who's making it. So if it wasn't enough that Insomniac has vocal players telling them we don't want no Mary Jane portions, but Brian Intihar gotta force them in, you know? Jesus Christ. A guy can't even look heroic anymore. Laura Fryer and industry types use terms like aspirational, but the reality is that woke activists don't like the demographics, so they force mediocrity, and it's so repulsive that it breaks the universe at a glance. In the same way that you don't ask people who hate color to draw a rainbow, hiring pronoun entities to craft something that's meant to appeal, especially to a majority, is a mistake. I hope that you take all the time that you need to learn that, because some of these games are going to be laughed out of the room. No, it is not toxic gaming culture ready to call everything a Concord. We give that Concord stamp to what deserves it. And if that's you, brace yourself. Stop trying to make a movie game. Stop whining and getting emotional online, and prove some people wrong. If you have talent, hack. I shouldn't be able to tell at a glance that you don't get it. And the kindness of me taking the time to articulate it so clearly will turn into something else if you insinuate that it's hate further. Destiny for later, Aztec Cross recently spoke out about pissing on the corpse of Marathon if it meant the survival of their beloved Destiny franchise in the hands of what, totally competent new Bungie? And I don't even have to go that far ever. But you know, I'm gonna get the ire and the disdain because people are pissed about somebody referencing their flat-chested ugly women, right? All I have to do is post a picture that ends up the most replayed portion of a trailer. Post the dislikes that they're desperately trying to hide. Read the heroic comments left by beta testers like you and others. And the loser who has to waste their time damage controlling and arguing for years is forced to reckon with the reality that the sentiment is so loud that they can't ignore it, because views and likes and attention and relevance get way up their ass, and if they want to be part of the conversation they can't keep quiet, that's how you end up forgotten. See how Kyle just like vanished for a little while? It's because it don't matter. But it matters to you. And some of these walk animations are enough, right? to topple your corny ass game because you so gay that you can't even see how gay it is at this point. So number 15 can be everything that I left out. I apologize. Ace Combat, Judas, Take-Two remasters, a 3D Mario game, maybe a Persona at some point, Phantom Blade Zero. There are things that I'm genuinely interested in and things that I don't care about. Like I don't need to see a Rayman Legends or a Ukulele sequel. You know, there's going to be like a Kena Bridge of Spirits game. That's all like marathon free to play to me. It's like, okay, great. So, guys, I love you to death. How is this run on for 26 minutes?
Billy.
Fuck my leg. I'll talk to you guys soon. Why was I sitting like this? I love you. Get in the comments and just tell me something special. Cup sizes in the comments below. Love you. Sponsors, patrons. You know, get on my wish list and buy me something and leave a really inappropriate message. You know what I mean? Don't get in trouble with Amazon though. I'd be fine with whatever crazy shit you're trying to write, but you know, who knows? Who knows what they're watching you. They're watching.
Anyway, that's okay. Okay. So that's over. That was Kyle. I hope you guys liked this. Like and share, follow, and comment. I hope you guys enjoy this. I'll see you guys in the next one. Let's go. Let me see. Let's go on to the next. Okay, what do we have next on the list? Bro, stop. Okay. There it is. That's what I wanted. Okay. YouTube. Okay, let's see what we got. Oh shit, what? Hold up. The legendary did Pegasus get sued? What?
Early breaking news. Within the last hour, this tweet was posted. Crazy stuff here. Hassan is considering suing Pegasus. Yes, more Pegasus.
Oh shit!
Series guy.
Oh my god!
Episodes he has. What is it, like well into the thousands? Okay, I'm kidding a little bit, but I think there's well into the hundreds of videos he's made covering
Oh my
Hassan.
god, dude. Hold on.
And so Yeet says, per a Hassan clip that we have, Hassan is considering suing Pegasus. And
oh my god. Oh my god. He's suing Pegasus, bro. That was the dude that we watched sometimes when he was talking about Hassan. He's getting sued. What the hell? I hope he doesn't he doesn't lose. If he does get sued, I hope he doesn't lose. I hope he wins. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? I don't think he did anything wrong.
And request that Singaporean authorities look into him for stalking,
You expecting that? I didn't think so, because like he didn't say anything that was actually not wrong.
Harassment, and defamation over his legendary series.
Drama queen, fascism is here. Oh.
I love this guy. It's so funny because he has nothing redeemable about him, but the pure animus that drives a lot of dudes that look like him, I guess, on the internet, that spend every waking moment on the internet, the animus that they feel towards me is enough. They're like, I don't even want, I will watch the same video over and over again. Is Chop City.
In this next part, Hassan starts going over Singaporean law, and when he comes across the death penalty being used in various circumstances, he sounds very gleeful at the prospect of like getting more Pegasus whacked because the dude's made a lot of videos on him.
Intentionally causing harassment, alarm, or distress. Singapore statutes online. An individual or entity must not, with intent, cause harassment, alarm, or distress to another person called in this section the target person by any means, use any threatening, abusive, or insulting words or behavior, make any threatening, abusive, or insulting communication, or publish any identity information of the target person or a related person of the target person. Oh my God, they're going to cane his ass. Hold on. Singapore maintains one of the highest per capita execution rates globally, enforcing capital punishment primarily for drug trafficking and murder. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, executions surged. The country carried out 11 executions in 2022, 5 in 2023, 8 in 2024, and reached a 22-year high of 17 executions in 2025. X writes a letter containing threatening words, or maybe a YouTube video.
There's then this moment of silence as he seems to contemplate taking action.
Well, to the Singaporean authorities, I would like to report, I am very scared.
Use a bitch.
I feel very threatened that this person has made...
Use a bitch! He is such a bitch! You're a bitch! Use a bitch! Yo, use a bitch! You feel so threatened. Fuck you and your $3 million mansion. You punk bitch! Use a bitch! What?
358 videos on me. This is alarming. 363, sorry. It's alarming.
Hey, Scal.
It's very scary. I was intending to visit Singapore soon.
Use a bitch.
I don't even know if I could do that. It's truly a terrifying prospect for me. It seems kind of obsessive. It seems kind of like cyber stalking. Not entirely certain if that's there's a statute for cyber stalking in general.
Wow.
Public threats.
Yo, he was a snake in real time. This man's a snake. Guys, we're watching him snake up. He snaked up in real time. What? No. No. Use a piece of shit.
Long-term harassment, daily videos that he's monetizing. I hope someone in the Singaporean authorities could potentially look into this. I'm glad that there is a Protection from Harassment Act of 2014.
This is just beyond pathetic.
Yeah,
He's
use a
clearly
bitch.
Playing it up now for the camera, almost to the extent where he's kind of doing a bit, but he does seem serious at the same time. Oh, I was gonna visit Singapore. Now I'm not.
No,
sure.
he wasn't.
I'm kinda worried
No, he
about
wasn't.
this guy. Do you really?
No, he
do you
wasn't.
really think Pegasus is gonna like hunt you down if you go to Singapore? I mean, come on,
I've been
come on.
working on
You know, the
4
irony,
minute
by the
animes
way,
for
of
2
him
days
saying
now.
he
How's
feels
that
threatened
going?
as he's making these implied threats of legal action to the extent of trying to get dude, like, as mentioned, axed. I mean, if anyone's making threats here, it's kind of like throwing stones from a glass house. And you know what? Hassan handled this stuff much better in the past. Not to the extent where I'll say he got...
How do you lose a sketchbook, bud? How do you lose a sketchbook? What happened?
a dub, but it was like a neutral take. What I'm referring to is in the
That's
past,
good.
Hassan has said stuff like, according to my recollection, there's like the Hassan Industrial Complex where all these people take clips of me and they make money off my clips, and I'm glad that I'm helping them make money. And he was saying it like facetiously, but that was still a much better way of handling all of this, just saying it like that and leaving it at that, as opposed to whatever this is. Let me also point out the irony of this guy who in the past has said ACAB and support for ACAB, now gleefully talking about getting the police involved to go after his detractor. Like, there was literally a clip, and I'll play it for you too in just a second. It's hilarious, where a cop comes up to Hassan as he's doing an IRL stream, and the cop is like actually very nice to Hassan in the clip, and Hassan is like acting somewhat friendly to the cop as well. And then when the cop walks away, Hassan turns to the camera and like very coyly says to the camera, ACAB.
Honestly, oh, this place is good. So honestly, I think.
Like a shout out. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey.
Peace. Happy New Year.
Happy you too. ACAB.
Now, I will say, of course, I know about Pegasus' legendary series, but I've never actually watched a single video of his. I'm just not interested in Hassan that much where I'd watch like a long video on Hassan. I like making my videos here or there when he comes up in the clips that I see on Twitter. Easy content.
That does suck, dude.
But I couldn't imagine actually watching a Hassan stream, especially like every day, and making videos on that,
suck.
which I presume Pegasus does to get that much Hassan content. I'm pretty sure he goes above and beyond just like getting the clips from Twitter that people are posting. And he's making good money, a lot of good money, I'm sure. But at the same time, dude, I could never imagine subjecting myself to a Hassan stream, let alone like daily Hassan streams. Aside from that, I'm really not familiar with him at all. But this is to all say that it does seem nevertheless like Hassan is really, really reaching here. And this is just such a bad look.
This is harassment. alarm, or distress to the victim. The accused intends to cause harassment, alarm, or distress to the victim, or knows or ought reasonably to know is likely to cause harassment, alarm, or distress to the victim. Well, it kind of feels like he does know that, right? Because when you look at his Instagram page, he's actually celebrating it, right? He's calling it a legendary series. Chatters, do you feel like I'm crazy for being alarmed and scared and worried about the
No, use a bitch.
Here?
Use
Ooh,
a
there's
bitch.
defamation one too. Ooh, there's even unintentional defamation. Falling the victim, making any communication or attempting to make communications by any means to the victim or related person, relating to purporting to relate to the victim or related to a victim, purporting to originate from the victim or a related person. So the fact that he's not just coming after me, but all my friends in a serialized version of cyber stalking and
That's not
slander
cyber stalking.
makes me feel very unsafe.
That's not cyber stalking. Those are public shits. That is public shit that you put out.
Very unsafe.
Hassan will be like, I must be the champion for masculinity on the left. I have to get young men to stop trending away from...
No, this is the same man who said he had no problem with his girl getting fucked by another man in front of him. Put that in context in the situation. Now, if someone like the Pex is making the Legendary series bother him that much that he's saying this, why wouldn't him watching his own girl get fucked by another man not bother him more? Make it make sense. Come on, let that sink in a little bit. He had no problem with another man fucking his girl in front of him. But he has a problem with a dude who makes videos that is public for everyone to see and everyone knows, and he just chronicles it for everyone to understand. Yeah. I'm like, what the fuck?
From the left and going right. By the way, I feel so unsafe about Pegasus on YouTube.
To the Singaporeans in the chat, reach out to me. If you know like a good Singaporean lawyer, something like that.
Use a bitch.
It'd be nice to try and figure out if I could pursue litigation of sorts. I mean, after all, he's made probably, I don't know, a couple $100,000 off of slander, harassment. Maybe we can get some of that back. Maybe we can recover some of that. Didn't really know who the this guy was, except for the fact that his fans every now and then would come in to just be like, Pegasus owned you. And I was like, I don't know what the that is. And I've seen like, and then I found out about who he is, and I love him, but also am now scared of him. Initially, I was like,
oh
wow,
my god,
wonderful.
fuck you. I love him, but I'm very scared of him. That is very, you sound like that bitch. He groped me, but I consented to everything he said. Which one is it? Did he grope you or he did not? I couldn't hear. I'm deaf in one ear, but I'm gonna consent to what he's saying, and I can repeat what he said to you verbatim, but I didn't hear a thing he said. Which one is it? Do you like him or you don't? That's very confusing in the court of law. That's what the fuck? No, I was talking about the Saikuno thing. Yo, he stole my bag, but I gave it. Yeah, right? Perfect.
Must be a fan page, and then I realized he's exhibiting stalker-like behavior and also defaming
Oh my
me,
god, he's a bitch.
and causing great injury to me psychologically, and I don't like that. I am scared.
There's so much irony in this clip that we've been going over. He's reminding me of like why anti-SLAPP laws got created in the USA, of course, but nevertheless, anti-SLAPP was created essentially to stop powerful corporations and powerful people with a lot of money from silencing people like their critics with frivolous lawsuits. And Hassan has tried so hard to be seen as this like public influential figure, to the extent where he will even glaze the mainstream media when they write fluff pieces on him. But now here he is talking about legal action against Pegasus and all this other stuff. I'm sure Pegasus will have a video covering this, so if you're curious to see his response, that's probably something you can expect. Of course, I don't know for sure,
You're right.
but it seems highly probable that that will be a thing. As for this
You're
video,
both right.
I'll leave it there. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one.
So Hassan hates it when you make several videos about him. Let me see here. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay. He's a bitch. That's a bitch move. I'm dead serious, bitch moves. That's a bitch move. Are you serious? Bro thinks he was so clever with that. Yeah, he has done that. Yeah. Like Asmongold. Asmongold should do the same. Well, then again, he's only doing it because he lives in Singapore, so he's using Singaporean law to silence Pegasus. Unlike here. I doubt it. I doubt it, because the fact that he did that snake bullshit just now tells me that he's willing to do it if it doesn't cost him too much. Because if he didn't care, he would have probably like just moved on from it. But like the fact that he went a whole thing on it that's annoying. That's so sad. This dude's a piece of shit. All right, so here's a new 2KO trailer. Hold up, let me get this up here. Okay, cool. I would jump into this game, but like, I don't know, sometimes I just don't, I can't see myself doing. But here. I guess not everything lasts forever, you know? Even if it's a legendary series.
"1,000 years ago.
Oh shit, wrong voice, okay.
How would you like to live forever?
Not gonna lie, this character looks crazy cool. This is a crazy cool. I'm not like, I don't know if this is like a new character to the League of Legends series, but like, he's a cool character. Cool looking.
They're so fun to break. Why don't we make a deal, Senna?
Sure. If we win, I shoot you next.
A gun? What magic might I pluck from you?
That is private. You are not a nice ghost.
Going somewhere?
I always found it hard to fight those with the projectile type weapons. Oh my god, I was hating them. They're always, I want to say, they're always like kind of zoning half the time.
Lantern Ghost, I sense you are abusing my assistance directive.
Enough! Eternity begins now!
I have to admit, he's got a guy like that. Yeah. Thresh. Okay. Cool. Thresh. Threshold. Thresh. Cool. Okay. Might jump back into this game. What is this? I think this is a... Oh, this is a new anime? What is this?
メビウスダストと呼んでいる粒子を放出し、君たちの体の一部を形成し続けている。
そして私たちは外に出ることを制限された。
そこで私が君たちを外に出してあげよう。
氷ストッパー、これから巻き返すぞ。
私は生きる方法を掴んでみせる。
新小岩商店街所属ヒーロー参上。
I don't know. I feel like the art is a little plain. I don't know. It feels so plain to me. I don't know about. Yeah, I don't know. It kind of feels plain.
エリアは俺たちランプスのものだな。
最大級の憂さ晴らし、世界が壊れるくらい。今日は君たちに実験に協力してもらいたくて来てもらった。守りたいのにジレンマ。本当に行けるんですか、外に。どうして荒木はそんなに外に行きたいの？君のお兄さんと。
You know what it gives me? It gives me Pokemon vibes. The story must be good, but like the art gives me Pokemon vibes. Yeah. It has a Pokemon vibe to me. Like the way the art looks. I wonder it I loathe it. It gives me Pokemon vibes.
トブキクルス君って仲はいいのかい？
荒木のことは僕が一番わかってる。
勝敗はゲームで決めよう。
負けるつもりはないけど。
やろう。どちらかのチームが全員倒れたらそのチームの負けだ。
速さだけじゃ勝てないね。
私の力も思い知れ。
この後も監視しておいてくれ。
お前の能力はお前にしかわからない。
諦めたくない。
見極めてこい。
自分の思い通りに生きてみたい。だからついてきて。だから走る。もっと先を。今までよりももっと長く。一番早く。
いいデータ取れましたか？
これは一気に研究が加速しますよ。
Nah, I don't think I will watch this. I don't think I will watch this anime, in all honesty. It doesn't really come off to me as something I will watch.
Come on.
It just doesn't really speak to me. Hold on, I'll put on the next one. And it might even have a great premise and story, but like it's just, I know it's kind of like fickle for me to kind of look at an anime based on its art, because sometimes the art doesn't have to speak for itself. Sometimes the story just is really good, but like, yeah, it has a generic like anime, like it just feels like Pokemon, like a more refined Pokemon art style. So this one is called Another World exclusive clip. This is from IGN. It's another anime, or it's a video game. I think it's an anime.
呢隻人鬼嘅話，世外就會有麻煩㗎啦。如果俾佢殺晒啲人，變晒無謂去晒世外，好容易會有更加多嘅人鬼走出嚟㗎。
I'm assuming this is Chinese. Based on how they're talking, their reflection sounds Chinese, not Japanese, but I could be wrong. I think Chinese.
但係我哋得一次機會。得你識叫啊！
It's called Another World. That's literally what it's called. Come June 5th. So it came. Oh, it's coming out tomorrow. Okay, let's see. Bank. Oh, so the new trailer of Job and Reincarnation is out. Let's go. Where's Shakun?
今日もうちの子は可愛いな。なんでこんなに可愛いんだろうね。おはようノル。おはようございます。おはよう。母さん。
一度は離れ離れになったけど、こうしてまた家族一緒になることができた。今はそれだけで俺は嬉しい。
私はこの半年で随分と幸せになりました。
ロキシーに連れ出してもらったから外に出れた。
ルディと会えて僕の人生は変わった。
シルフィーが許してくれたからこそ今の幸せな状況がある。
だから俺たちは笑顔でいるべきだと思う。乾杯。
これからもこのいつも大切にしていこう。
That's passive rage bait, I guess. Yeah, but people gotta get over themselves at this point. Like, he's older now.
Still hold up.
Not this.
More now on that underground mystery.
Let me see. No date. They didn't put a date, sadly. They didn't put a date. I'm pretty sure it's going this summer. It's probably next month, I will say. Or a month or two. Alright, so here's a video from CBS News. It says here. Unworthy. Like it says here, video shows 3 people entering Queens manhole. So someone in New York, or 3 people in New York went into in Queens, went into a manhole for no reason. So there's something going on down there. Something insane. Maybe.
For the third time in just a few days, people were spotted climbing into manholes and entering the city's sewer system.
All of these incidents recorded on security videos you just saw. As Andrew Ramos reports, people are concerned and wondering what could possibly be going on down there.
I was born and raised in Astoria, Queens. You know, I've seen a lot of crazy stuff happen, but that was a first.
Crazy is one way to put it. 3 men seen casually approaching a city manhole where one effortlessly pops off the cover and one by one they enter, seemingly getting an assist with a spotlight from a car that idles, waiting for them to go underground. The scene unfolding at around 2 a.m. back on May 5th as Aki Chakopovic looked on. He was working late at his auto body shop along 20th Avenue in Astoria.
We glanced at each other real fast, but I don't know what was going on. They started doing what they had to do. They picked up the manhole. They all went in.
Zakopovic said he called 911,
Seriously?
but never heard anything come from the incident. But recent headlines of unknown individuals entering manholes in Brooklyn last week, one incident happening in Flatbush on Thursday and another in Williamsburg on Friday, compelled him to come forward.
I was like, oh my God, this actually happened to me, you know? And I see a lot of views and a lot of people looking at it, and everybody's suspicious, like, what's going on?
And that's the question that a lot of people have. What is going on? Now, the NYPD tells us while they're looking into these incidents, there's no current threat to public safety. Sources tell CBS News New York new intel suggests individuals involved, at least in the two Brooklyn cases, may have been treasure hunters looking for valuables tossed in the sewer system.
I doubt that. That's bullshit. They're probably selling drugs and they're trying to make like a easier way to get underground, so whenever they need to get their supplies, they don't have to put themselves in any way for the police to see them. Or something like that. I think it has to do with drugs. They're probably drug dealers, and they're trying to figure out a way to transfer their drugs around without the police, or running into the police, or putting themselves in any type of way for them to be seen. That's really what it is. Let's call it for what it is. Remember when or living down there probably, but like come on, like look at that one notorious drug dealer, drug lord. He was getting around by going under tunnels and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Same thing. There was, I think, with a bunch of Jews doing that. A bunch of Jewish men was like using underground tunnels or some shit like that in New York. It was kind of like a big thing. It's kind of crazy.
Who's gonna go really downstairs in a manhole to the scavenger? What are you really gonna find? It's concerning and scary, you know.
Yeah, like the Ninja Turtles.
With still no arrest made in any of the cases, this third incident from last month not only adding to the mystery, but also now fueling conspiracy theories. In Astoria, Queens, Andrew Ramos, CBS News, New York.
One thing's for sure, they don't seem very nervous about going in there, do they?
Exactly. They're just easy breezy.
It's like another day.
Well, maybe this is like more common than we realize.
Crazy. New horror movie brought young people to theaters in full force.
Well, I'm not sure.
What movie is that? Is that the Obsession movie? So at the time of the Obsession movie, I wanted to see that, but I don't know. I might watch it on VR chat later.
Young people are gambling as much as their older counterparts, but they're definitely going back to the movies this weekend. What a couple of blockbuster hits out of indie films.
No question. Youth dominated at the box office this past weekend. The #1 film, Backrooms, and we've been talking about it all day here.
Oh,
this is
yes, I wanted to see this. We all know about the Backrooms. It was like a super like SPC type meme cryptid type shit.
a horror movie.
I'm surprised that there's not a lot of, like, I think they said they can't make SPC movies because of, like, I think it's some copyright thing they said. I forgot why was the reason.
Directed by a 20-year-old YouTube creator. We should probably say former YouTube creator at this point, because the director, Kane Parsons, clearly has a career in front of him. Now, Backrooms pulled in an astounding $82 million in North America.
Holy shit.
Yet even more astounding is the fact that 86% of the audience was under 35, and about 44% was under 21. And this is remarkable because Hollywood has been wringing its hands over how to attract younger moviegoers at a time when young people are increasingly comfortable streaming stuff on their gadgets. In other words, they haven't been going to the theaters. Meanwhile, another horror film, Obsession, is also attracting a younger crowd, and its director, Curry Barker, is just 26. Okay, so one takeaway here is that young people are still willing to go to theaters, but they want fresh, original stories from people who share their sensibilities. At the same time, there's another very important takeaway. Horror sells. Horror movies don't have a lot of dialogue in them. They don't require you to be an English speaker. In other words, you can market them worldwide, which increases your chances of turning a profit or a big profit on these films. So the two things that are coming in light now are... Well,
yeah, but that only works if your fucking horror movie looks different from all the rest. Oh, it should have been crumbled a long time ago. For the last 5 to 6 years, it should have crumbled since then. But like, actually, more than a decade ago. But like, yeah. But it's true what you're saying. But then again, it's not true because like it's true to a degree. If your movie is different, then people are gonna go see it. But do you know how many movies out there that look exactly similar to each other or have the same premise of some bullshit? Right? Most of them are very the same. Your TV is giving you size to watch heavies.
There's suddenly a lot of opportunities in Hollywood for younger
He knows me
filmmakers.
too well.
That's a very exciting thing. Also, Hollywood is not going to try and stop scaring the bejeepers out of you anytime soon.
Yeah, it's way more fun with a group of people.
Totally, I hear you. But it's fascinating when it comes to marketing of movies nowadays. You can't just depend on the domestic box office. It's all about the worldwide sales overall. And as I say, horror is one of those things, along with science fiction and the big superhero movies and things like that, that don't require a lot of dialogue and have legs, as they say in the industry.
Dude, you look weird. Like a big chicken, man. Big chicken. Okay.
State of Play happened recently.
So this is from Ademion. He's gonna talk about the God of War situation. So we're gonna hear about this and see what he has to say.
Showed some games, most of which I honestly wasn't really excited for, but there was one game that caught everybody's eye, which was the new God of War game. Well, I say God of War, but it doesn't actually star the God of War, so the name is already kind of misleading, and the internet has lost its mind over it. So are people vindicated in their opinion or not? Well, let's get into it. So you already know that Lao Fei, that's the wife of Kratos, is now the main character of the new game, which takes place in the afterlife of the gods that is called the Everyone. I guess I'll get the positives out of the
The Everyone? That sounds dumb. The Everyone. The Everyone?
way first, I guess. I like the idea of the Everyone, that gods have somewhere to go that is.
I think Kira Toriyama said it better, just called Otherworld. Because also, you don't want to say heaven and hell for obvious reasons, but like if you want to like be extremely obligatory, obtuse with it, just call it the Otherworld.
Is separate from mortals. It adds a nice new layer to the entire God of War franchise and all that. It's cool because it means that technically Zeus, Ares, Athena, and then some could and probably are going to be somewhere in this Everyone just, existing. And I can only imagine that we will definitely meet some of them at some point in this Lao Fei game. So that, I guess, at least is cool. The other positive is, the mixture of the mythologies. As we did see both Egyptian and Tibetan mythological gods show up in the 20-minute demo, and they look cool. Again, I have no issue with God of War tackling or showcasing other mythologies at all. It's kind of the whole point. Of course, I welcome that. I want them to get weird with it. Show me all the mythologies. I'm game for that. And that's kind of the positives, because otherwise, well, let's get into the rest of it now. The obvious point of contention for many is Lao Fei herself. I gotta be real, calling this game God of War at all, it feels sort of wrong, because obviously it doesn't actually star Kratos. I know people will say it's called Lao Fei, but the game still obviously uses the God of War moniker because of brand recognition and SEO, which I get that. But either way, I think it's becoming very clear that a vast majority of people who like God of War do not in fact want to play as anybody other than Kratos. Like, for example, right, even in the 2018 game or Ragnarok, when you get forced to play as Atreus even there, like, I gotta be real, I wasn't feeling that. This isn't really a male or female thing. I mean, Atreus wasn't terrible to play as, but come on, to compare his moveset to Kratos, it didn't feel as interesting. That much was certain to me, at least. The bow was kind of whatever, summoning the spirit animals, it just wasn't what I wanted, right? God of War is cool, because you're this big hulking dude with his blades of chaos or the Leviathan axe. You're just cutting down freaks left and right. That's the whole power fantasy of it. Yeah, I know people will say, well, the axe is Faye, and that's cool, good for her, but the axe is cool because it's in the hands of Kratos, and that's sort of the point. The blades of chaos are also cool too, but if they were suddenly placed in the hands of somebody else, it wouldn't be as cool, you know?
Okay, I'm gonna be clear. I have not actually played the game. I know of the game and some plot points in the game, but I did not know that the axe was actually his wife's. I did not know that. Huh.
Every
kind of think it wouldn't work in his hands since it was hers, right? I guess whatever.
Everything is cool because it's Kratos. In a lot of ways, God of War is to Kratos what Master Chief is to Halo, you know what I mean? Sure, yeah, Halo Reach and ODST were games where he didn't play as Chief, but for the most part, the reason why people like Halo is because of Master Chief. These characters and more, they're all tied directly to their franchises for a reason. If The Legend of Zelda didn't star Link nor Zelda, but some other character, I think people would be confused, because people want to play mostly as Link, you know? The same kind of goes for God of War. I personally want to play as Kratos for the most part. I'm not saying Lao Fei or Fei is a bad character. She isn't. But do I want to play as her over her husband? Not really, no. I think the only other characters I would maybe want to play in a God of War spin-off game, I guess, would be maybe Thor. Like if Thor got a redemption arc after Ragnarok, now that we know an afterlife exists for the gods, and Thor kind of went on a journey of self-discovery and rediscovered himself and his purpose and all that. Because obviously in Ragnarok, Thor is this hulking slob of a man, big beer belly, unkept hair. He's clearly a shadow of his former self. Like that would be cool. Because we would see someone like Thor find himself again, become worthy of Mjolnir, and then become the God of Thunder. But that's the key there, right? I wouldn't want that game, even if it did exist, to be called God of War Thor or something. They should just lean into it and call it something like the God of Thunder, and that's just what it is now. I would have loved to see Thor work through his trauma, learn that he's more than just a monster and a weapon to be wielded by Odin, and you could have Thor confront the giants and the everyone that he slaughtered in the name of Odin, and have him repent for it and grow and accept that he was being used.
Yeah,
and then by the end, Thor's a changed man. He probably loses the gut, gets more fit before wielding Mjolnir. You can have Thor wielding giant two-hand swords and warhammers, and then when he gets Mjolnir again, it's like a rebirth of sorts. And then you could have Thor go off on his own journey, escape the everyone using Mjolnir, and then becoming this new staple spin-off character that people would actually want to follow. Because we saw Thor fight Kratos in Ragnarok. The dude's a beast. Even in a weakened state, he's nuts. Like I would have loved to see more of his character. I mean, maybe one day they could do that, but even then, if they ended up calling it God of War, it would still make no sense. It would still have backlash, even if it's in the same universe. Because you're not the God of War in that instance, right? Now you're the God of Thunder. That would be a sick name, though, for a spinoff. I gotta be real. Besides Thor, maybe an aged-up Atreus could work, but honestly, it still wouldn't fix the problem that Atreus is just, he's not as cool as Kratos. I'm sorry, he just isn't. And with Lao Fei, it's like, this is not God of War, right? Like, she's a giant, I know. She's not even technically a god of anything that I'm aware of. I know some people online were wondering, well, how does a giant make it into the realm of the gods anyways? One theory, I guess, is that giants maybe are just seen as equals to gods in terms of importance, therefore they go to the same place in the afterlife, which would mean that Faye could find her people in the Everywen place after Odin.
Well, I know this is Greek and Norse mythology, so I guess this wouldn't apply, but then again, like, giants are just offspring of angels. So, in a way, like, if you think of it in this sense, if, like, I'm using, I guess, Christian mythos to a degree, but hear me out here. So, like, I know this is Greek and Norse mythology, so, like, if you think of it, giants in Christian mythology is mainly just offsprings of that of humans and angels, right? So, like, if she's a giant, right, or she's born of giants, then she has the celestial DNA to come through this realm. Does that make sense? Right? Like, she has that. Hey Mo, hey Mono. Like this is like, in a weird way, this is like applying that concept that they have the same celestial DNA to go through this realm, unlike being a human. So it kind of makes sense why she's here, if you put it in that sense, right? So, you know.
In Thor, one-tapped everybody. The other theory I saw online was that Lao Fei is shown having a splinter of that mask that Odin was freaking out about in Ragnarok lodged in her finger. And maybe that splinter gave her godlike power, so it mistakenly sent her someplace she wasn't meant to be. Or maybe the mask splinter is what poisoned her in the first place and led to her demise in the real world. I don't know, but either way, it doesn't change the fact that people just don't seem really that excited about playing as Lao Fei, right? That's kind of the point. Because this is now, no joke, like I'm pretty sure anyways, every major Sony first-party studio game now has some form of a female protagonist leading that franchise. Like God of War, Horizon, Last of Us, Ghost of, I guess, Yote, Ratchet and Clank even. I mean, it goes on. Uncharted too. And I'm sure once they do another Uncharted game with Nathan's daughter, probably, the cycle will just continue that way. At first, it was like, okay, maybe if you have one female hero game, fine. But this has gotten to the point where if every major Sony franchise that isn't dormant for years, like a Resistance, I guess, is now pushing this pretty much like universally, I have to ask, like, what's going on? Like, it gets to a point where people could argue it's not by design, but at this point, especially with Lao Fei now, I mean, come on, you can't deny this at all now. This is every single main franchise, pretty much entirely now for Sony at this point. Even the Wolverine game has you playing as Jean Grey, who looks very middle-aged and weird in that game too. Like, I don't know, man, I just feel tired about it. It's like, how do I put this? You know what it's like? It's sort of like Star Wars, you know? There's a quote by Chris Gore of Film Threat from a while ago where Chris Gore said something along the lines of Disney's most costly mistake will be trying to turn Star Wars from a boy brand into a girl brand. And then you look at the absolute state of Disney right now and how poorly Star Wars is going for them. Like Mandalorian, which tried to push a woman over the main character in season 3, which was so abysmal it just tanked the movie, and that's obvious. And that kind of also proves Chris Gore right. And I think you could take that same mentality and idea and apply it to the Sony PlayStation's first-party offerings, and it translates rather perfectly too. It seems like at this point that Sony's just fine with every single one of their franchises, for the most part, starring to some capacity leading women now. And I'm not saying there aren't female gamers. There are, but the reality is a brand like this is largely kept alive by male players. It just is what it is. Video games is mostly a male-dominated hobby, whether people want to say that or not. The same way the makeup industry should cater to women, or why every clothing store that you go into pretty much has like a 70.
The irony about that because makeup is dominated by women because they're the highest purchasers and more indulged individual, the most indulged customers in that particular space. The irony in that is that I think the most known makeup content creators are usually gay men. The irony in that is crazy. I think there's more content creators who are gay men that are known than women. Yeah, they love putting chemicals on their face. It's crazy. It ages them faster. They don't even know that though. After a while of using so many makeup, it'll age you faster.
5% share of the entire store targeted towards women over men. There's a reason for that, because women, of course, buy more clothes than men. Yeah. That's fine. They just do that. It's not bad or anything. It's just the truth. Yet what I've noticed for years now is how the space is meant for men, like games or certain franchises, they just can't be for men anymore, you know? Everything has to be changed because something men can't be in power or whatever. It's just kind of dumb, honestly. I said in a previous video about this Lao Fei game, this was before we knew what it was called or what it was going to be about, that I suggested that if they were going to make this game, it would probably be a good idea to just call it something else. Not main title, subtitle, but just something else. Goddess of War wouldn't work because she's not a god of anything war related. I suggested God of Stories, as a stories part could be a one-size-fits-all term to tell other stories in the God of War universe. But the way that this is being positioned, it's just, this is God of War, but it just doesn't start the guy that you want to play as, which feels weird. It's like calling
I have started it before. It's just like I gotta resume back where I last left off. I think the last time I left off ReZero is where Subaru and the elf chick that he likes went to a forest and they had to do some trial, and then the whole place turned black. Like it was like the whole land was turning black, but that was it. That was the last time I saw it. But I was thinking to myself, just watch the entire series. Amelia. I was thinking about just rewatching the entire thing all over again and just get back to where everyone else, so I can get super refreshed on everything that I forgotten. So get some fresh paint, fresh coat of eyes on that. That season, yeah, that was on season 2. I didn't even finish it. So yeah, you guys are like in season 4 or 5 or some shit. Yeah. Yeah. I said I was, as soon as I'm as soon as I'm done with Invincible, I'm gonna watch ReZero, because we're in season 2 of Invincible, and once I finish that, we're gonna watch the ReZero. So I can't even fucking watch Invincible in my room without my dad telling me shit. This motherfucker is crazy as hell. And then what's wild about it, what pisses me off when he tells me shit, is that what's wild is he's not purposely telling me spoilers, he's just trying to keep conversation with me. But what's wild is that I was watching season 1 through 2 so far. We're at the episode where well, no, we actually passed this episode, but I'm gonna just mention it. But like, we're at the episode where Nolan gets Mark to come to the planet to meet his son or some shit. My dad was asking me questions like, "Who's that?" And he was asking me like, who's he fighting and X, Y, and Z, and who's that person? I didn't see that person before. I'm like, oh my god. I started realizing, wait, hold up. How are you telling me spoilers if you don't know if you're not even past these episodes? Because you're telling me episodes I haven't seen so far. I'm far from past season 1 and 2. So that tells me, I asked him, did you watch this show in order? He said no. I was like, the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you do that? Why would you, like, you was watching this show in like random episodes? The fuck is wrong with you? It's not like your cousin. That shit pissed me off. I was like, how can you sit up here and it's in numbers? It's not like it's this, like, what? I got so mad at him. I was like, why are you telling me shit? And you haven't even watched the show in order. You're just watching random episodes on the Amazon thing? The fuck is wrong with you? He read the books. He read the books. He's like, you don't know this episode. You don't know this person. Who is he fighting? I've never seen that person before. That's crazy. You telling me shit in the future I don't know about then. Then that means you didn't watch season 2 properly or didn't watch it at all. The fuck is wrong with you? You're weird for that. Like, my dad's the type of person who will be like, okay, I can understand he had cable. Oh yeah, he dies. Like, what the hell? Yeah, he would do that shit. He's not like a spoiler type person. He just kind of just tells you shit. I'm like, oh my god. And what's wild to me was like I get what era he's kind of from. He's one of those dads who like had a cable, and then if he ran to a show or a movie and it looks interesting, he'll watch it from wherever he's watching it from on TV, because obviously you can't like rewind it. I get that. But when you have the willpower to have everything recorded and streamed for you, there is no excuse. Like, it baffles my mind why he did that. I was like, you was a piece of shit for that. Like, god damn you!
A comic that stars Spider-Gwen, Spider-Man, Spider-Gwen, but that's confusing because it's not Spider-Man then that you're following in the story, you know? It just seems like Sony is not willing to allow the name God of War to not be a part of the game because of, again, brand recognition and SEO, or search engine optimization. But either way, it feels off. Then there's the other, I guess, characters in this game. So one is called Frank, who's voiced by Jack Quaid and Lao Fei.
The Office?
He's this big gelatinous cube, and
I was meaning to watch that. Like, I know of the shows and some of the memes, but I never really like sat and watched the entire series.
This was another part of the game's reveal where I kind of just went, what are we doing, man? Okay, I get it, right? You need some companion in like every Sony game now to speak to, but of all the things you could have done, that's what we went with. People try to figure out where this cube even was from, like what mythology and all that, and nobody seems to know what it is. Some think that it's like a cosmic thing like the Tesseract, other thinks it's a reference to Dungeons and Dragons with a literal slime cube. Either way, would it be so hard to not just find, you know, some other godlike being to follow Lao Fei instead? Like, at one point in the gameplay demo, Fei saves some bluish green godling looking thing. Like, maybe that could have worked, I guess not. Then you have the other character in this game, which is named Ru, which is the purple ribbons on the sword that Lao Fei wields. I could be wrong, but I'm like 85% sure that sword is Excalibur. Why the Tibetan god is afraid of maybe Excalibur, no idea. But I will say I do like the idea of blending mythologies like this, although it would have been cool to have Kratos wield Excalibur, but I guess not anymore. I'm also...
So wait. So wait. So wait. Let me get this straight. You guys let me know if I'm off here. So basically this game is not just about Kratos' wife, but it's a game where Kratos' wife gets that gods or celestials get their form of afterlife, where other gods from other religions and or I guess other religions or other like mythos go here. So we're not just running into like, I don't know, fucking Zeus, but we're running into like other gods that has been killed. Is that what that is? So, because he said there's a Tibetan god. So I'm guessing that's what that is. I wonder if... you think they're gonna put Jesus in there? I doubt it. I doubt they'll put Jesus in there. Fuck. I doubt it. I doubt it. Luke, you know what? The Monkey King might be there. The Monkey King might be there. Okay, that makes sense. It should be extremely chaotic. Yeah, it should be. Because he said those gods are Tibetan gods. Or something. Yeah. They should, better not. He created hands. He created hands. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I doubt they'll put Jesus in there, but no one left this.
Going to guess that the Rue character, the purple ribbons I mean, is something to do with Asian mythology, since many Chinese swords have those tassel-like ornaments attached to them. I mean, the actor playing Rue is also Asian, so I guess that was done on purpose probably. Because you gotta tie actors to who they convey these days, right? It's gotta be inclusive and all that. It's exhausting, I know. But either way, this game's reveal to me, it felt like Sony Santa Monica was really trying to force what a God of War game is supposed to be, you know? Again, if it was called something else entirely, maybe people would be more open to it, but if your game is called what it is, people are going to expect a God of War. Honestly, if the next game was Kratos, and maybe he gets defeated by some insanely overpowered god from like Egypt or something, and then he got sent to the Everywhen, and Kratos has to find his way back to protect his people, yeah, absolutely, that'd be a really cool idea for a game. Kratos meeting that fire Tibetan god that Lao Fei fights in the demo, I mean, come on, Kratos would be staring that god in its multiple eyes ready to fight. And you could have Kratos at the end.
I'm not gonna lie, Kratos did rip himself out of hell. So this man has went to hell and came out. That's the thing about Kratos. He went to hell and he got out of that bitch. He beat his ass out of that bitch. Oh shit. Yeah, Kratos didn't play. He don't play. He don't play.
And return to the real world, fight that god that defeated him, now like super powered with new purpose. They could have even used the Everywhen and use its magical properties to DH Kratos or prolong his life even, so he's good to go for future games, but I guess that won't happen now. Sure, yes, we know there will be more Kratos games. We know this because Corey Balrog confirmed this in the director interview that they had around this game. They are also actively working on another Kratos adventure. Probably set in Egypt, so Sony is still committed to that, but I think if you have a series called God of War in general, people want to play as a god. Again, Thor would have been the easiest pivot possible here. People would have loved a Thor game. I know I would have. Imagine the Leviathan Axe callback mechanic, but it's with Mjolnir. That would have been nuts, dude. Calling down lightning, wielding Thor's powers to do AoE damage on a bunch of dudes, or crushing enemy armor with the power of the raw lightning. Like, God, that would have been sick. Asmongold, for example, responded to one user saying that people are just afraid of women. Here's what Asmongold said. And the meme he shows is pretty obvious, right? The blue is what you expect from the franchise, but when you sit down and play it, the blue is now red. Yeah, you've been swindled. field. That's the idea. It's not that people don't want to play as women. Again, Stellar Blade sold well. The Resident Evil games have women in them from the beginning. Bayonetta, Lara Croft, etc. But here, okay? I'll use an example in the other direction to explain to the people who think that Faye is a good idea so that they kind of understand where people are coming from. So, let's go look at the new Tomb Raider game that got announced. Also, it's the same state of play, right? A remake of the first game, Atlantis and all that. So everybody who plays Tomb Raider plays that series because why? Well, they want to be Lara Croft. That's the point. You do not want to play Tomb Raider if suddenly a game exists where you are some other random Tomb Raider person. But the new character now still raids Tomb, as they'll say, so it's still Tomb Raider. No, it doesn't matter. The reason
No, it doesn't matter. Yes. What people don't understand is this. It's not the name and title that makes it Tomb Raider. It is the character that makes it Tomb Raider. The character that you genuinely started with first. Right? It's like I think Dragon Ball Z is a perfect example of this. When Gohan was next in line to take over his father's main characterness, you see how that went, right? And then Akira Toriyama realized, nah, just because it's called Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball doesn't mean people are going to watch the show. People came to watch Goku, right? Or at least Vegeta is in second, right? Right? That's what that is. Now, I'm not saying that Gohan isn't a favored character. He's not cool. He's not thick. If anything, everyone wanted Gohan to be a more serious Goku. And what I mean by this is the version we wanted Gohan to be was future Gohan. So that's what that is. Future Gohan was supposed to be the face of the franchise right after his dad. But when they made him in this weird, like, you know, he doesn't want to fight type shit, that went out the window. Right? Like, think of it that way. And remember that character design we did of well, I didn't do it, but we saw that character design picture of Gohan with his hair very long and he had the sword? That's what people wanted. You know what I'm saying? You want more like Clark Kent, just like the Sandman thing? I think he would have been more cool if he was like with the long hair with the sword. Yep, I found more artwork of that. I think that would have been a lot more cooler. I wanted to play it, but I didn't ever get around doing it. I wanted to play NT, but I never got around to it. I think I might wait till Anata comes out and play that, because I think they're pretty much the same in their own, like, right? They have the same concepts. So that's what everyone wanted from Gohan. They wanted him to be serious because, remember, Gohan was trained by Piccolo, not his dad. So the seriousness comes from that. And remember, Gohan was left to fight for himself over the overwatching of that of Piccolo. So, like, that will be something that'd be crazy, right? Like, that's where that seriousness comes from. And then he looks like his dad and he's wearing the gi, right? So that, and the sword comes along with it. So he has his father's powers. He knows how to use the sword. Because remember, the sword is his own power pole, right? That was Goku's thing. Goku had the power pole, his son had the sword. Goku was more laid back because of how he was. Gohan will be more serious because he was trained by Piccolo. Because remember, Master Roshi was very laid back. So they was like stark differences in that sense. So that's where it makes him much more liked in that sense. Yeah, I wanted to see that symbol on his back again. See I'm saying? Like, that was it. Yeah, that was something he wanted to do. I would like to see, because there will be stark differences in how they grew up, right? There's no reason for Gohan to be the same as that of his dad, because the likelihood of that happening will be like so out the window, right? It wouldn't make no sense. I would play Nata on stream, but I need to see. I mean, well, Nata, you said Nata comes out in 2027. I think also it would be a great gacha, but completely free to play. Unlike NTZ, it'll be remembered, if I remember correctly. I would play it, and I will actually play what's that other game? Azure Premilia. Nibo Jack Gohan. Let's go.
Tomb Raider is because you want to be the Tomb Raider. And by the way, this would be equally as stupid if, say, a new Tomb Raider game existed and they made a pivot and suddenly a man was playable over Lara. No, I wouldn't want that
I
either.
will be Bro, I'll be fucking pissed if I was playing Tomb Raider and somehow Lara Croft gets killed and or tied up and then gets taken by the enemy and I have to play as some dude. Why the fuck am I playing as a dude? Some random dude. I didn't pick up this game to play as some dude in Tomb Raider. If I want to do that, I'll play fucking Nathan Drake. And that's like Tomb Raider / Indiana Jones. That's modern, like, Indiana Jones / Tomb Raider to a degree. I don't want to play as Nathan Drake. I want to play as Lara Croft. Ooh, okay. Let's go, Mono. Get those characters, bro. Let me see. We are hardly ever seeing him in what? Yeah, he's always in his purple gi. I think he usually wears his purple gi. John Raider. John Raider.
I don't want to play as a man in the Tomb Raider franchise. I don't want some guy taking over what that is. Tomb Raider is...
When you say like this, now they're confused. They was like, oh, you're just saying that. No! A lot of dudes would be pissed if we was playing as a chick, as Amos, let's say like Samus Aran, and then we're playing as some dude. I don't want to play as some dude. Tell him I put his video up. Yeah, I put out his video. It came out like a day or two ago.
It's unique, as is God of War, because you respect the roots that it came from. Tomb Raider, yeah, it's a female-led franchise. Cool, no problem with that. I love that. So again, may I ask, why does God of War need to have female-led games then? You see what I mean? I know some people will think, oh, it's misogynistic, but it really isn't. People just don't want to buy and play something that is set in a franchise for someone else. Again, a lot of this could have been mitigated if it was just named something else entirely, but it's the principle of what's going on that is causing the problems, and that's the point. It's as Asmongold said, right? You buy a blue game, but it's red. Why can't the blue game be blue and the red game be red? Why do you have to keep turning things into other things they don't need to be is the point. It's like a Bayonetta game getting announced or a Stellar Blade sequel, and then Shift Up goes, enough of Eve and her curves. We're done with Eve. Now you're going to play as Larry. Here's Larry, everybody. He's the new protagonist.
Fuck Larry. I ain't playing no Larry. I like to play as a male character if it has a nice ass.
No, Larry. The game will bomb. I don't want to play as Larry. I want to be Eve. Yeah, I'm a guy. I know I'm not a woman, but is it so hard to understand that people like things because of who those games are about? Like, if I sat down to watch Spider-Man Brand New Day and suddenly the whole movie's about Spider-Gwen, and this is a very similar reason to why people were mad about Last of Us. We wanted to play as Joel. We don't mind playing as Ellie. We know Ellie is playable in the first game for a little bit, but we liked Last of Us because we wanted to play as Joel. Why? Because Joel is cool. We like Joel. We like the idea of the grizzled smuggler guy being the playable character. Why is that not allowed? Why is that bad to say or feel? Like, that's not misogynistic. So when I play God of War, I'm not saying that I hate Lao Fei or I don't want her to exist. No, I get it. She's very important to the story. The entire 2018 game is Kratos and Atreus following the path that Lao Fei set for them. I get that. Yes, I understand that Fei's instructions in the beginning of 2018 with Kratos cutting down the handprint tree was to reveal their location to Baldur and Odin and Thor, who, by the way, Baldur then immediately shows up following Kratos doing what Fei instructed him to do. Look, I get all of that. I totally understand that Fei's master plan is to enact Ragnarok and have Kratos take down Odin and become the god of hope. Nobody's denying any of these things, but the point of the matter is that people want to be the God of War in a game that is titled God of War. That's really all it is. And the fact that these very simple principles cannot be followed is why you're having the backlash. Interesting how when it comes to female-led franchises, every company and developer under the
leaves
sun,
them alone.
They just seem to understand this completely. Female-led franchise, female main character, yeah, we won't change that.
Tell me a female-led game and they didn't change the gender of the character. It started off female-led and it's just changed. Not her looks. I'm talking about, did they race swap or change the character? No. They did not. Kasumi's the same, and that's from an Eastern game. Lara Croft is the same. Samus, what's her name? Samus Aran? Aran's, you know what I'm saying. Samus is the same. Fucking Peach is the same. I guess she got her own game, but she's the same. Who else can I think of? Bayonetta's pretty much the same. Who else is another female lead game I can't think of right now? I'm literally having a brain fog, but like I don't know a single one that was female focused first from off jump, and it just made it male. Never happens. Never happened. Not once. That has not happened. And that goes for both video games and TV show and movie. Tell me a situation where there was a show that was female focused first and only, and they just made the character opposite gender. Never did that. I can say at least the only thing that there was one female-led show. But then again, it's not even a female-led show. It was based on Batman. Remember the Batman series? It was Batman, right? There was something about Batman is missing or he's gone or some shit, and then his cousin just happens to visit, and she found out the Batcave, and then she became the Batwoman, and then after a while of the show tanking like hell, they said that she's not gay enough, so she quit, and once she quitted, they just, instead of making her into a dude or something, or having someone else take it, they just made some black woman who was on drugs. I think a drug addict black woman somehow got into the Bat car or some shit, and she became the new Batwoman. It was some insane stereotypical shit that happened that didn't make a lot of sense. But they still kept the female. Huh. Crazy.
Because that makes sense. As soon as it's a male protagonist-led franchise, well, come on. Why are you mad that a woman is in the lead now? What are you, an incel? No, we're not. Plenty of people who think this is lame have wives and girlfriends. We just want to play the God of War in the God of War game. Why is that so hard to understand? It's why nobody complained when Spider-Man Miles Morales was named Miles Morales, because you played Miles Morales. But people did complain when you bought Spider-Man 2, which should have Peter saving the day and being the hero, but here comes Miles saving the day in a game not called Miles Morales. But they're both Spider-Man, they'll say. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know the sequel to Spider-Man, which starred Spider-Man, needed Miles Morales to save the day for him. If I wanted the game where Miles saves the day, I would have played the game called Miles Morales then. How's it so hard to understand?
Thank you! When you start making sense like this, you start getting called names. It makes total sense. Like, what the fuck?
You may think you're being rigid, but it really isn't. We already figured out how to do this. You just make spin-offs. You name it something else. It's fine. But when you do this, the backlash is not surprising for a reason. Again, I think the idea of the game is interesting. The everyone and the afterlife and all that, I mean. Absolutely. Yep. That seems very cool to explore for many, many reasons. Don't get me wrong there at all. It's just that I wish I got to explore that place as the God of War, you know? Because you would have had Kratos there meeting up with the Greek gods that he slaughtered years ago. And imagine the meeting, like, dude, between Kratos and Ares, all those years, and multiple games removed, like how that would have gone down. Ares would have resented Kratos because he stole his godhood in the first game, and now they're meeting after everything that has happened in this new realm. Like, the tension, the writing, you could just feel that off the page. Or Kratos running into Athena and Zeus realizing that Kratos effectively doomed the Greek part of the world in the name of revenge. But since it's post-Ragnarok, the Kratos now is a different man. And like, how would that conversation go between those men? Would it be a meeting of malicious intent? Or would it have been like a somber affair? Like, you see what I mean? That is the reason why people like playing as Kratos. It's not because he's just some guy. They want to play as him because the dude has history. And you can go ahead and make the idea of, here's this other realm where basically everybody Kratos unceremoniously ended is like hanging out in their own afterlife right now. Yet Kratos is just nowhere to be found to interact interact with these people, like that just feels like a missed opportunity to me. It would be like Mary Jane going into the afterlife to meet Uncle Ben and Aunt May, but like Peter's still on Earth. Like it would be interesting, I guess, kind of. But would it be more cool and poignant to see Peter talking to Uncle Ben after all he did is Spider-Man? Yeah, obviously. It just kind of feels like we're twisting things in any which way we can to force another male franchise to star another woman. Again, it would be no problem if this just happened maybe one time, right? But it just keeps happening. I get so much hate for saying this about, like, say, Ghost of Yote, but seriously, like, was I really wrong in retrospect? Why does every Sony franchise need to do the same thing now? There's no way that everyone who works in first party at Sony just
I'm just letting you know, when companies do shit like this, what they're really this is why Jay the Concept and I had an issue with the whole Black Mario, Black Woody thing, because what it tells you here, or anyone of like a certain minority, it tells you that the reason why these IPs are being hijacked is because it tells you that the things that either Eastern or white people have made is more valuable. So what we know is that minorities who makes their own shit is not as valuable. You have to hijack the white person or the Eastern the East Asian thing to be seen. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're not buying the Woody doll because it's a black Woody, it's black. You're picking up the Woody doll because it happens to be Woody connected to being black. Because if you take the same character and make it completely different, it doesn't even look like Woody. It's a whole different looking character, different clothes, different everything, and don't call it Woody, they will not buy it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you put Woody, make him black with black features, it's just Woody who happens to be black. But if you take the same character and make it completely different and make a whole new character, but a still cowboy, but his name not Woody, his name is Jeff or something, and have the same features, they will not buy it. They will not buy it. That's the point. It tells that for your shit to be worth a damn, it has to be connected to either white people shit or East Asian shit. Are you Woody? Are you made of wood? But that's the point. That's the point. You know what I'm saying? It tells that for your shit to be worth a damn, you have to hijack the other person's shit and just slap a coat of paint on it. The only reason why something like Miles Morales is so liked is because Miles Morales, I said this before, is different from that of Peter. He's not a black Peter. He's like, I don't even think he's considered a Peter variant. He's a variant, but he's not a Peter variant. Do you get what I'm saying? He's not Miles with the name Peter. I guess you can consider a variant, I guess. But then again, it's like, I guess you can consider a variant. But he's not like the same as Peter. They have different skill sets. They have different, I guess, goals. They have different everything. He does his own thing. Nah, I'm gonna do my own thing. You know what I'm saying? He does his own thing, right? So that's why I don't like the idea of taking like a character and making him like a Hispanic Mario or a Hispanic Link or whatever, because what's telling you what's that's saying is, for your so-called Hispanic way of Hispanic, or your black, or your let's say South Asian way of looking at things has to be valued that through the white people. So what is it's like saying the white people stuff is, you're taking the sloppy seconds of white people shit. So that's how I'm saying. And it tells minorities you can't make your own shit. You have to make your shit based on something that already exists, and that's stupid. Make your own shit. This is why the weirdest thing about this is this. I see more black people, or at least more minorities, focus on characters that already exist and try and make them into a race of their own, but they never take characters that was like literally focused on to be just for them to be a thing. So like a perfect example of this is like, what's her name? The Princess and the Frog. The Princess Frog, or the fuck, what's her name? Tiana. You notice that Disney never focused on this bitch, not once? They don't focus on her at all. She doesn't exist. She's literally like a drowning stepchild in the pool of all the princesses. They'll make Ariel black and push that shit like crazy on you, but they'll ignore Tiana in the corner. You notice this, right? She starts black, but they don't end with her black. The other woman starts white, and you make her black and force it upon you. Do you see the problem here? Make it make sense. So what they just said to you is the white version that is turned black has value because it was connected to the white one in the first place. But the black one who started black isn't as important. We're not even going to pay attention to that bitch, not once. The only time Tiana was ever seen outside her movie was probably that Wreck-It Ralph movie. That's the craziest part. And no one finds that weird. Yeah, she's right there. They don't use her. They don't say anything about her. They don't push her on black women. They don't say she's a black... Whenever they bring up that black girl magic shit, you never see her bring up Tiana, not once. That shit be weird, dude. She was made specifically for black women. But what does a black woman do? She makes a fucking black version of Woody and Mario and puts stereotypical shit on Mario with Tim's and a chain around his neck. And gives Woody a gun for some odd reason. I know he's a cowboy, but the Woody that we know never really had a gun. I know the Woody's Roundup thing, but then again, he's never really had a gun. Shit, you see more Snake in the dude's boots than you ever see him holding a weapon. Shit. I think the only time you saw anything close to Woody of a gun is when he turned to Sketch and said draw, and Sketch made a gun within 2.5 seconds. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. Like, these people are... This is why I say, make your own shit. Woody stay strapped. Black Woody stays strapped, right? So this is why I don't like that. I don't like when people do that. I don't like taking something. This is why I say this a lot when I'm doing a character design. I don't want to make a change too much of a character that already exists. So like if I'm doing a character design of Sonic, I'm not going to make it drastically different, or right case may be. If I'm doing a character design of even Static, I'm not going to make a big... Fuck, they don't even pay attention on Static, my dude! And he's an original character in the DC universe. But he was his own thing before the DC universe. Shit! Hells yeah, cuz. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they don't focus on characters that originally started black. They focus on characters that originally are white and make them into something else. I don't like that. Because now it's not a character, it's just it's a bus when it's needed to be used. And that's not cool. That's not cool. I don't like that.
To go, yeah, we're doing women only stuff now without it being some
weird... You know how pissed I would be if they took Samurai Jack and made him into a white guy? Do you know how pissed I will be if they took Samurai Jack and made him black? Do you know how pissed I will be if they took Static and made him white? Do you know how pissed I will be if they took Static and made him Hispanic or some shit, or half Hispanic or some shit? I'll be fucking pissed. That shit's crazy, yo. I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. Let the character... you know what's something? They never bring up Spike from X-Men Evolutions. You notice that Spike is never used from X-Men, and he was a cool-ass character. He was the literal, like, nephew of Storm. You notice that? No one talks about Spike. But they'll take Wally West from the DC universe and make him black. Make that make sense. They was gonna make a new Blade movie, but the problem is they was gonna make Blade. He was gonna come 5 minutes at the end of the movie. The movie was called Blade, but it was about his punk ass daughter and her stupid 2 friends. And Marsha Ali, who was gonna play as Blade, said, "Fuck that! I ain't doing that. I ain't gonna get sidelined for my first movie." Yeah, Kyle talked about it. He said that Marsha Ali, who was gonna be the new Blade, he was gonna be 5 or 10 minutes in the movie at the far end, and all the movie was about his punk ass daughter and her 2 punk ass friends. But the movie's called Blade. Ain't that stupid? And when he saw the script, he said, "Nah, I ain't fucking with that." He said, "I'm not gonna get sidelined by my own fuck ass movie, not the first movie." That shit was crazy.
Calculated move on their part. I said this on Twitter, but the push
Hey,
for
Monty.
female protagonists in the
I
past
said what's up
decade
to you,
or
my
so,
dude.
it is the
I
new
hope he's doing
bald-headed
well.
Space Marine from the early 2000s. It
Oh, he
really
started his
is.
stream,
Like,
I just
back then,
realized,
so
okay.
many
He
games
started
started
like
some
30
guy
minutes
with a
ago.
shaved head or just short hair and a suit or of like armor just shooting
I hope
stuff.
he's doing well.
Mass Effect, Gears of War, so many shovelware games that came out then. Even Halo, Spec Ops: The Line, GTA 4 had the shaved head guy main character. Call of Duty games even, yeah, it got a little bit too much, but this seems like an overcorrection in the opposite direction. Now instead every game stars a woman. Oh, please.
You look at that, Ratchet and Clank, chick. Last of Us, 2 chicks. Ghost of Yote, a woman. Nathan Drake, 2 chicks. Yeah, you see the problem here? You see the pattern here? Oh my god, dude. Yes, some motherfuckers always want ice skill I feel. You're right. Shit's crazy. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Please play Ghost of Yote. Now play Laufey. Please look forward to Intergalactic, another female-led game. But again, it just seems like an overcorrection, right? Like, it's just kind of boring. It's not misogynistic to point this out. It's just what it is. It's kind of boring. I guarantee you at this point, if a new Infamous game were to get made now, I would bet money it stars a woman too. And the same reaction will happen again. And people will go, "Oh, you hate women." No. But am I kind of tired that every franchise I like
You know, I think we should start just saying yes to that. At this point, when anyone says you hate women, just say yes. Because they're not going to believe you anyway. Even if you have a legitimate, valid, logical point, they're just going to name call you anyway. Just say yes. Fuck you. I remember, what's his name? The Fresh and Fit guy, what is his name? Oh my god, what is his name? He's from Fresh and Fit. He's the, he's a Rabe. He's Arab. What's his name? Not Marcus. What's his name? Dungeon? Yeah, sure. Yeah, just say I hate women. Just say it. Fuck it. It makes no sense. Do you want me to name of the dungeon manga? Yes, tell me.
A female protagonist? Kind of, yeah. Again, I respect the female
Myron!
franchises.
I remember Myron was answering a question. you know what? You know what? I don't know if I should show it. I saw it the other day. I thought it was funny. It was rude, but it was funny. I'll show you what it is after, because if I tell you, it's more funny when you see it.
You're saying that Horizon Zero Dawn's franchise, whatever, has to star a man one day, or that Final Fantasy VI should be remade and we should turn Terra into a guy. I'm not saying that. It's just, it's so weird that men are meant to be respectful and understanding of female-led franchises and stuff, and we totally get that and we're fine with it, and we even play those games and all that, but when it comes to having that same level of respect and understanding set our way in return, now it's a problem. It just can't be how it goes, man. It really can't. This is not a battle of misogyny. This is just basic levels of, can we get the thing that we signed up for? And can we stop trying to turn everything from a male hobby to a female one, as Chris Gore said? Like, here's the ex-Activision Blizzard CEO Mike Ybarra, who said that he was even confused by the reveal of Laufey. And he flat out states that he couldn't help but wonder what he was even seeing. And look, I criticize this guy a lot. But, kudos. He's at least willing to understand from a business perspective, this is not really the move to make right right now. Had this game existed years ago, maybe people would be more receptive to like what's going on. But I think at this point, with how often this just keeps happening, all you really have is apathy and exhaustion at these announcements now. Like, we are just kind of tired of it. Tired of being told that we need to be respectful to this, and if Tomb Raider needs to star Lara Croft, why is it wrong to want Kratos to be in his games? That's really what this all comes down to. And again, people don't even want
Because,
like Atreus to be the main character in God of War.
They don't want us to have fun. Yeah, they want. You see, the women look over there and be like, "Oh my God, those men are having fun. We need to fuck that up." Which is wild, because they'd be like, okay, the same woman would be like, you know, the WNBA doesn't make as much money. Do you watch basketball? Because men watch basketball. Men like watching other men basketball because it's like a competitive thing. Do you bitches watch basketball? Are you willing to sit 2 to 3 or even 4 hours to watch someone throw a ball across the room every 5 seconds? I'm pretty sure majority won't. Majority, you just can't do it. It's like girls who make this statement, it's like people who ask to watch live streams. Like, are you willing to sit and watch some chick do something on live stream while her being like sexually like open? Nah, most dudes, let's be honest, if most girls just sat like dudes and played a video game, not really showing no titties, not trying to look pretty, none of that. No, they look like a dude just sitting there with a hoodie over their head in the corner playing a thing. They're in the corner. They're not trying to act cute. They're not trying to sound feminine. They're not doing any of that shit. They sound like a dude. They look like a dude. They dress like a dude. And they're saying, why the fuck would any dude watch that? If they want to do that, either they're going to watch another dude or they're going to do it themselves. It is what it is. Now, she could be good at the game. That could be a reason. I mean, she could be actually good at a game, like a Valorant player or some shit. That could be a thing. But if she's pretty and she's good at the game, that just gives men more reason to stare at her. It is what it is. You may not like it. It may sound misogynistic. It probably is to a degree, but it is fucking true. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is true. There are men right now saying how cute, how pretty, and how sexy an AI chick is right now as we speak on Instagram, on TikTok. And they know it's an AI. They know it is, but they just don't care because it's something pretty to look at. They can't fuck it. They can't talk to it. There's no chance of them ever meeting it, but they will sit there and give it a bunch of comments in the comment section. It exists. Name 5. I can't even tell you if I could. I can't even tell you one. I really can't. Shit, I don't even watch sports like that. I can't for the life of me. I can't. I can name you like 5 NBA players. I don't even watch sports like that.
Or even, and like, again, he's a straight white male and all that too, right? Which kind of tells you this doesn't really come down to the fact that he needs to start another man or something. It's just that, like, we just want to be Kratos. That's all it really is. And the same people who will call you an incel or a woman hater when I'm not really either. I mean, I have a girlfriend. I'm like, it's just tiring, man. It's just like every franchise I like doesn't seem to care about their audience anymore. We just need to keep making things for everyone but the main majority of the people who bought these games in the first place. And I guess what Chris Gore said really is what will keep happening. If Sony wants to keep turning their male-dominated franchises into these female-led ones instead, it's going to be a costly mistake, but I don't really think they care anyways. Because the progress, I guess, is worth the damage to them. That's what it comes down to. No one is saying you can't have female-led games. All we're saying is, if you want the respect of like the male players are apparently required to give to everyone, it is baffling and insulting that it doesn't seem to be something that these same players are allowed to receive, right? I guess now I'm going to ask you, what do you think about all of this? Is Laufey a good or a bad idea? Let me know. There's so much more to explore here. So I'll see if I can go into a more like deep end on this topic in a future video. But for now, let me know if that's something that you want. Thanks for being here. Subscribe if you want to. See you next time.
Okay. Cool. Now, let me show you the video while I was talking about to Myron, because Myron was talking to a dude, and the dude just didn't have any talking points whatsoever, and he kind of destroyed him completely, and dude didn't want to admit it, but, like, let me show you what I'm talking about. And he did something that was really funny. I thought it was funny. It's, I guess in a way you can find it extremely offensive, but I found it funny based on how it happened, not really what was said. Let me show you. I found it. It's right here. And then we'll move on to another thing, because I'm not going to watch the whole thing. It's just going to be just this section alone, mainly. Hold on. I got the hiccups, bro. I got the hiccups, dudes. Hold on, I'm trying to get it up, sorry. Okay. Oh, that's why I couldn't find it. Okay. Stupid. I just realized. What the fuck? Okay. I'm stupid. I didn't even notice it until like the last second. I'm so dumb. Okay. I mean, there we go. Let me pull it up here real quick. I won't make this into a video because of obvious reasons, because Myron is a very divisive person, so like to make a video out of this will probably bring too many crazies to attack me. So I'm not even gonna play that game. I don't got fuck you money like that yet, and we're not known that well on the reaction channel, so I'm not even gonna put myself in harm's way for no reason. But I will show you guys this as a form of example what I mean.
And you called me up to the mic. I'm the one that said.
There it is.
I mean, you called me up to the mic. I'm the one that said you should stop talking because you're saying stupid shit.
Who's saying stupid? Me?
Yes.
Okay, what's stupid disagree with?
Well, you make a claim and I will.
You
dumbass.
Fine, you say I should stop talking because I'm stupid, and then I ask you, what did I say that was stupid that you don't like, and you can't come up with anything?
Your whole platform is based off stupid shit.
Okay.
Okay.
What is stupid to you?
Well, first off, your premise on your sign, bring back slut shaming. Are you going to slut shame men as well?
There's no such thing as slutty men.
Correct. That's actually true, but he'll explain why that makes sense.
How can you make that claim there's no such thing as slutty men?
Because men make the women into sluts. Men are the slut shamers. Men are the slut makers. Men have sex with women. They penetrate them, not the other way around. We're not the same.
That is not... Wow, that is a very, very arrogant claim.
It's the truth.
Okay, let me use an example on what he means by this, because some of you may not understand or probably don't get. Maybe. I'm going to just make this clear. So let's take a girl who's not all that well, and like she's a chubby chick, right? Let's put her in a dress that's, I don't want to say too revealing or not too modest, right? And have her walk, I think, like 6 or 7, let's say 8 blocks down New York. Or like a mile or 2. Say even 3 miles, right? If that girl were to walk 3 miles, the likelihood of some dude hollering at her, trying to talk to her, whistle at her, what do you call it, cat calling at her, is more likely to happen. How chubby talk? Okay, so if we're talking about chubby, I'll talk about... Let's use current Lizzo. Let's use current Lizzo. Let's use that as an example, right? A current Lizzo, not old Lizzo, current Lizzo. Now she's walking down 3 miles from where she started, in New York, or whatever city you want to pick. Let's use a city because like a city's more. So she's walking down. She walks 3 miles from where she is. The likelihood of some dude looking at her, wanting to talk to her, hollering at her, want to catcall at her, whistle at her, whatever. She's in a nice dress for her body type. She's not too revealing, but she's not too modest, right? And she walks 3 miles, the likelihood some dude's gonna say hello to her somewhere down the line. Let's say she even stops in a few stores while she's walking down that block, right? Now, let's take a dude who has the same type of build as she and walk 3 miles down that same road. The likelihood of any bitch knowing that he even existed that went down that road will be unlikely. Even if the bitch was big as him, she or bigger, would not. Yo, man, let me talk to you real quick. Like, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, Art. I did find another artist I wanted to tell you about. Yeah, send to me. I'll check them out. Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, with him walking down. Now, see how many girls will holler at him, talk to him, whistle at him, even ask for his number, or try to ask him for directions. You know what I'm saying? His whole existence wouldn't even work, right? So what he means by slut makers is that a dude has to put the effort to go talk to a girl to have sex with her, because the girl most likely is not going to put the effort to have sex with him or put the effort to talk to him to have sex, especially if you're just a regular dude. All right, Sylph, do your thing, bro. That's what he means by this. Does that make sense? Some tortillas are actually pan dudes. Have a nice day, Sylph. Hey, Mikey. Hey, Mikey. How you doing, bud? So that's what he means by men are the slut makers than being a slut shaming. That's what it is.
See, there's a problem with liberalism. His brain is freezing because in one side, he knows what I'm saying is objectively true, but it clashes with his social construct of what men and women are. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is the problem. This guy walks by, you're wrong. Come out to the mic. How am I wrong? Or what's wrong with that? Well, your sign. I don't like your sign. Bro, the only people that can be sluts are women, not men. Promiscuous men, okay, men that get a lot of girls are respected. Women that fuck a lot of guys are not respected. It's very simple. What's easy to attain is not respected. What's hard to attain is respected.
Okay, I bet you if you ask the same boy, like, let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys respect, Bonnie Blue? Is she a respectable person? Not a human being, a respectable person in the sense of what she has accomplished and what she has done. I would say no. I would literally say no. Right? Like if you have to put someone like Bonnie Blue versus someone like, I don't know, what's a good chick? Taylor Swift. Who do you think is respectable? I would say Taylor. Yeah, Taylor has her issues, and she has her, like, she likes to make songs about dudes she used to fuck with, but that is more respectable because she was in relationships with those men. Bonnie Blue, I don't think ever been in a relationship with anybody. She's currently pregnant, and she doesn't even tell us who's the man, who's the father of this kid. That tells you everything you need to know. That tells you everything you need to know. Starbucks lovers. Starbucks lovers.
Okay, so do you respect Nick Fuentes?
Yeah, it's my buddy.
So you respect
Ciao,
him.
Nick and the
He is a
Groypers.
self-proclaimed virgin. He's a self-proclaimed virgin and neo. You respect that.
He's a what?
Self-proclaimed virgin and neo. You respect that.
Yeah. How are we wrong though?
He's so okay. Okay. The problem with I get what Myron gets when he says he finds that respectable. The reason why it's respectable is not because it's good. It's respectable because the person will stay on their merits even if they seem to be wrong. That's the point. It's like it's that saying from Harry Potter. He said what was it? Oh my god, what was that saying that the dude said with the wand? Who gave Harry his wand. He said something about great men doesn't mean that something about great men. Let me look up real quick. What was it that the wand keeper said to Harry about great men? Yes, there he is. It says, Ollerlander, I think his name, wasn't praising Voldemort's morals. Rather than he was recognizing the sheer magnitude of power and lasting mark of Voldemort's left on the wizarding world. So what he was saying is that even though Voldemort was an evil person, he was powerful enough to leave a mark even if it wasn't good. It's kind of like with Hitler. Hitler was not a good person, but he left a mark that still makes him remembered to this point. Great doesn't have to mean good. It could be as terrible as something as good. So he says the wand maker, Mr. Oliver, told Harry that we must expect great things from him because the wizard who gave him this scar also did great things. He famously added, terrible, yes, but great. That's the point. So even though Myron says he has no problem that the person is a neo-Nazi, what he's saying is even if the neo-Nazi is considered or perceived as a bad person, you can respect it to a degree because even a villain can be respected. Doctor Doom is respected. What's another one? Thanos is respected. Remember, Thanos took half of the universe. And no one hates him as much as they do Hitler. Even though he's a fictitious person, he's not a real character, but like I'm saying, you find him threatening because I think even what's his name? Syndrome. What does incredible. There we go. Okay, so this is, and I think this is a type of like concept that we have lost in the last 15 years because even Incredible said this, Harry Potter said this, and Incredible said this. Syndrome believes that respect must be earned. Syndrome, the villain, said this, or it was said that Syndrome believes that Syndrome believes that respect must be earned through power, telling Mr. Incredible that he only respects him in the present because he's a direct threat. He boasts his advanced weapons, and Omnidroid makes him an ultimate nemesis. Because when Syndrome was trying to be like Incrediboy and be there for Mr. Incredible, he didn't see him as worthy or valuable. He just saw him as a nuisance and just a problematic thing. Right? I think his name was Buddy at the time. But now he became Syndrome, and he's a direct threat. He's now respected off rip. That's what he means when he sits there and says, yes, that's my buddy.
What do you mean, how are you wrong?
How are we wrong?
With your racist worldview, racist fascist worldview?
Okay, how am I wrong?
Do you believe that, okay, let's bring a real here, looks at you, do you think that you'll be respected?
Yes. See, the thing is about people who are racist or Nazis, they don't like you based on your appearance, but they can respect you if you bring value. That's a thing. What a lot of people don't understand. Like, if you and the Nazi has similar goals and it lines up, they'll work with you. Diagnosis: careful kid. There's a good chance you might hit your father. I like that. Mikey. I like that. In the future, Bunny's blue kid throwing rocks at the crowd of guys. Diagnosis: careful kid. There's a good chance you might hit your father. Oh my god, that's horrendous. But like this is what I see. The thing is, if you've seen like enough TV shows and cartoons and stuff, whenever a villain works with a hero or a opposing villain, there is usually a form of a reason, right? So like let's use Marvel Rivals, right? Let's use that. Doctor Doom is working with himself, even though Doctor Doom is a selfish individual, right? Or let's use yes, you're correct. Red Ross and Chris could not be harmed during war. So like let's use example like Magneto. Magneto is the opposite of Charles Xavier, but there has been many times he has worked with the X-Men or Charles directly to reach a goal. Maybe not peace, but reach a goal, right? If the neo-Nazi or the racist sees you as a form of goal, if there's a goal that aligns with theirs, especially if it benefits them, they're more likely to work with you if it benefits them than just work with you. They're not going to work for the sake of working. They'll work with you if there's some type of goal. So yeah, they're going to respect you, but they're not going to respect you as like their friend. They're going to respect you as a business partner for the time being. If you watch like Euphoria in like, I think season 3, 2? It's season 2 or 3. I think it's 3. This is the one that finished. The show's over now. But like, the show's forever done. I mean, in the show, there are white racist Nazis that work with black people to sell drugs together. In the show, they do not like each other, but because they have a form of goal, they will work together. You'd be surprised how many times these archetypes tend to cross with each other and work with one another. The racist neo-Nazis will work with the gang members if it falls into their shit. Because yes, there we go. Money is the ultimate goal. They don't like each other. They don't want to hang out with each other. They're just business partners for the meantime, right? Actually, a quote from a Greek philosopher. Oh, what is it? Tell me. What's the quote? Because like the enemy of my enemy is my friend type shit. So like that, they work together in that sense. They don't like each other. I'm going to keep repeating this. They do not like each other. They have nothing that really falls in line with each other. Maybe some things, but not a lot of things, right? They don't like being caught by the police. They want to make money. They want to I don't want to say make their communities better, but they want to at least make enough money to help their direct family or at least themselves, right? So 9 times out of 10, they're going to work with the person that they hate most. Because remember, you have to love money most and you hate the person you're sitting next to. That's what that is. So the hatred is there, but it's not that much to the point that you won't work with them completely. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of them who do this in real time. A lot of Nazis or like neo-Nazis, Nazis, what you want to call it, works together with gang members who they utterly oppose and hate beyond anything. They'll kill each other on a dime if possible. But because there's money involved, they'll do it. You'd be surprised.
As a brown man,
do I think what? I'll be respected?
Yes.
Yeah.
See, so here's the thing.
It's a yes or no. Will you be respected by another for existing as a brown
Actually,
man?
a lot of them do respect me, actually. I have a lot of them in my community. But
tokens get spent.
If you think so. What I'm trying to explain to you here is that
when you say that, you're saying this in like the problem with this argument is that when people say shit like this, they're talking about like some type of buddy best friend stupid shit. No one cares about that shit when you're an adult. Yeah, for the love of money, musical. Let's go. For the love of money. Like shit, there's gang members who hate each other, who oppose each other, like almost off rip. They'll be the same color of each other and hate each other, want to kill each other. Like there'll be like a Bloods and Crips who will kill each other off rip just because they have the same different color or they're from the different gang. They'll kill each other off rip on that. But if there's money to be made, they'll work with each other if possible. It works all the time. Bones, Thugs, and Harmony for the love of the money plays.
See, when we talk about racism, etc., does that mean like, oh, we hate all Hispanics, etc.? No, but we will accept the fact that stereotypes tend to be rooted in reality. Okay,
correct.
Everyone has some inherent racism to a degree.
I know I do. I think you guys kind of tell. If you guys haven't told yet, I think I have it. I think everyone has it. Most people don't want to admit it, but I think majority of most people do. I think 98% of the population is inherently racist somewhere down the line. But when I say racist, I'm not talking about they're just out saying, "Oh, I hate this group of people." I think that you have a perceived understanding that certain races fall in certain stereotypes. That is actually true. More cases than they like to admit. It is what it is. So,
if you're walking down the street, you see like 12 o'clock at night, and 5 dudes are walking towards you in Nike hoodies, most of us would probably cross the street, okay? But a stupid liberal would say, oh, that's racist, that's not appropriate. No, it's pattern recognition, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Correct.
Okay, we live in a world where we don't necessarily get to know everybody, so we can just go off of the information that we're given or judging a book by its cover because it's survival value. It is what it is. And people are inherently racist. Now, here's the thing. I just don't fucking lie about it. Like, I'm just like, yeah, I am biased and racist to a degree. And a lot of people are. They're just scared to admit it.
What do you claim your race is?
Family's from Sudan, I would say black and Arab. I don't know.
That's what you just said, black and Arab.
Yeah, so what's your actual issue here?
I'm just curious on where this self-hatred comes from, because you would be part of the group that you think people should be racist against.
Okay.
I don't think that's self-hatred. I think being honest is not self-hatred. I think that's dumb. It's like saying because me and you are in the same... Okay, that's like saying if you and your friend are the same race, you can't call it your friend because you're the same race. So if your friend is doing things to, like, say you're a Hispanic dude, and say you're Hispanic and your friend's Hispanic, and you found out, or you know that your friend is groping women, just groping them, right? And they're saying, help me, stop, X, Y, and Z. And you're not doing anything about it. And you know that's wrong. You can obviously see it's wrong. Like they're roofing women and stuff like that. You know this, and you don't say anything. That's fucked up, right? And then when you finally say something, they say, "Hey, man, we're the same we're the same. Why you got self-hatred against yourself?" No, dude, you're doing something obviously wrong. You should call it out and stop it. Just because we come from the same, we're born in the same team doesn't mean we're brothers. We are not brothers. I think we're considered brothers when we're willing to do the right thing at that point. If you're trying to be righteous in the eyes of God, then we're brothers. But when you want to do devil shit and you call us brothers, we're not brothers. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like brothers of morality, I'm saying. You ain't my brother when you're doing shit like this. Cuz you wouldn't want to be associated with to someone who's doing PDF shit, right? You wouldn't call that's my brother. If anything, most cases when you find that your brother, cousin, father, mother, or something was doing some PDF shit, you don't want to be associated to them in the slightest, even if they're your family member. You would say that is not my brother. I don't know that person. I don't fuck with that person. I don't know what you're talking about. Because remember, people who are caught doing PDF stuff, they don't just get fucked with. Their family gets fucked with. Yeah, skin folks ain't kinfolk. If you are doing the right thing in the eyes of God, then we are brothers. I don't do that because we born in the same team. We can't do. Yes, that shit's crazy. Don't do that because you look crazy. People won't take you serious. Welcome back, Nathaniel.
So here's the thing, dude. A sign of higher IQ is someone who can detach themselves from being a part of a group and understand or criticize their group's own mistakes.
Correct. Correct. So if you're a white guy and you see another white guy do something horrendous, it is your job as a person, citizen, and probably even a God-fearing individual to report that person for doing something wrong. Obviously something wrong. Not saying something mean, doing something wrong to someone that can cause pain, agony, stress, maim in some form, shape, or way. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay? So just because I am black does not mean that I'm going to lie and or not tell the truth when it comes to certain problems within the community that I might be a part of.
Correct.
Okay?
Good
So
man. That's a good thing.
the truth is the truth regardless of who says
That's it. Thank
Your
you.
issue is, well, you shouldn't be saying that because of how you look. That's irrelevant.
That's stupid.
Completely irrelevant.
Just because we look the same doesn't mean I can't call you out for your bullshit.
Do I got to be a mathematician to say 1 + 1 is 2? No.
No.
It's the truth.
Those are completely different topics and different concepts.
Not really. It falls in the idea of truth. Yeah, I know. That shit was funny.
Facts are facts.
I mean, you've made it clear that you don't
So
believe
again, how am I
facts.
wrong besides you getting at me being friends with Nick or, racism, whatever? Like, how am I actually wrong?
Oh, you missed it. We was just talking about that. You may have to pull back a little bit when I was talking about the Nazi thing. It will make sense.
I'm trying to figure out how I am incorrect.
Because racism is wrong. Being friends and associating people who are racist, fascist, is wrong.
Again, everyone is racist to a degree.
Correct.
They really are. It's just that people don't want to admit it. But we all have our biases and etc. For example, if you got arrested tomorrow, you'd probably want a Jewish lawyer, right?
I know I would.
Right? If you're walking down the street, you see a bunch of black dudes walking towards you, you cross the street. If you need to cheat on your math test, you're going to ask your Asian.
You're gonna ask your Asian friend, correct? Let's be honest. Are you gonna ask? What do you call it? Jacquees down the street, or you gonna ask Takanaka? I ain't asking Jacquees for shit. I'm gonna ask Takanaka. I ain't asking Jacquees for shit. I'm dead serious. It might sound mean, it might sound evil, but it's true. Are you really gonna put your especially if you pay him? You think Takanaka's gonna fuck up on that? No way. You don't use your own sneak paper? Yeah, but you can use your own sneak paper, but why do your own paper when you gotta? Yeah, they come from the truth to a degree. Because, okay, you know why? Because Asians tend to put more focus on the idea of honor and family and education more than probably black folks. Not saying that black folks don't care about their education or don't want to do better for themselves, but you can see there's inherent value more on education than in certain groups of races than others. You know what I'm saying? Like South and East Asian puts more focus on education than probably even white people and blacks. Does that make sense? That's why the stereotype exists. Yeah. Okay, let me see your answers real quick. I'll ask him too. I'm not asking Jeff. I'm not asking Marquise. I'm not asking Bill. I'm not asking I'm not asking them. Oh, you don't know a white stereotype? Oh, white people has money. Well, that's not true. Not all white people have money. Actually, a white stereotype is Jewish people. Most white stereotypes come from Jews. Like, there's a bunch of stereotypes around white people. Or, like, they fuck their children, or they fuck each other, or they fuck their cousin. Or something around the lines of they always have money, or, No, Jewish is a religion. but like it's highly associated between amongst white Jews, specifically. You know what I'm saying? They go by their last name. You can kind of they go by their face, their nose. Like if you're Jewish, you have a long nose. They tend to think you're Jewish, especially if you have a Jewish name. You know what I'm saying? They tend to people assume that white people, like, okay, perfect example. My professor, my English professor from way back when, he said whenever he leaves the country and he goes to like, I think like Singapore or like the Philippines or like Bangkok, he says every time he tries to get like a ride, the ride would be $5, but whenever the locals would recognize that he's white, they'll make it $50. Oh, especially the last name or their face. These are the face there and everything. But like they'll up the price, almost triple the price on him every time, because he's a white guy. He's a blonde-blonde white guy. So they assume that he has money. Especially he's American. Oh, he has money. So what could be like a couple of like $5, it will be like $35, $45 off rip. That's how it's like. There is stereotypes in every race. There's not a single non-stereotype in anything. The problem why a lot of people like to do is pretend they don't exist. And the irony about that is like they pretend like they don't exist, but they just make more stereotypes when they don't want the stereotype that's already originally known to be acknowledged. It's kind of funny. Come on. Oh, wait, sorry. Press the wrong one.
Buddy, it's just the way it goes, okay? You need your lawn cut, you're gonna call a Mexican. Like,
correct. If you need your lawn cut, if you want your roof to be done, you know what I'm saying? Usually knows. If you want your lawn to be cut, you want your roof to be done, you want some home improvement type shit going on, you get like a bunch of Mexicans or Hispanics. You, like you said, if you're in trouble with the law, you get a Jewish lawyer. If you're cheating on your test, you get an Asian friend. If you want to get good at basketball, you ask your black friend. Like, if you're doing any sports, whether it's NFL, like football, soccer, maybe soccer between white or black, but I would say like NFL, basketball, you ask your black friend. Now it's baseball, you ask your white friend. Yeah, like the fact that the stereotype I got dealt with is being super lazy, yet also the hardest workers with low pay. Yeah, that's true. All right, I did teach. Well, let's go! Let's go! Let's go! There you go. I see, but see, the thing is, stereotypes don't always mean bad. Stereotypes don't actually mean bad. Oh, you're actually Dominican fan for baseball? Wait, is he dark-skinned Dominican or light-skinned Dominican, like near white? Like, you see what I'm saying? That's the part of growing up. When you start realizing the real world for what it is, these stereotypes are not offensive. They're just true. If you that's what I grew up doing, what I was exposed to as a millennial. Stereotypes was just normal. Like, watch any movie from the 2000s, from the 90s, shit, from the 80s, all the way to, like, probably 2009. No, 2011. Oh, Sammy Sosa, okay. So, like, watch any movie between that, from 1980 to 2011. The stereotypical shit is crazy. Oh yeah, you go. Yeah. No, you go with your Brazilian friend. I will pick the Brazilian over the Dominican. Off rip, I'm not even playing. I will pick the Brazilian dude over the Dominican dude when it comes to playing soccer. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You see more Brazilians playing soccer than a Dominican. Not saying that they can't play. I'm just saying you most likely see more Brazilians. You've seen that thousands of times in like documentaries, movies, even in just even if it's not even about the Brazilian, you've seen like kids be playing on those like concrete streets playing fucking soccer all damn day. They ain't even playing basketball. Stereotypes. It's probably why thought she could trick everyone. Yes! 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 See, not, like I said, not all... Yeah, Polynesian from rugby, you're right. Yeah. Or probably Irish. Maybe. I think a lot of them played... Or Australian. Yeah, or New Zealand? I think New Zealand. But yeah, you're not wrong. Not all stereotypes are good, and not all stereotypes are bad. It's just depending how they're being used within the context. So yeah, that lady coming up to you, that Karen saying, let me help you, let me help this little girl find her family. She was using your race, or at least your demographic, as a form of like you trying to take a little girl. It was two things that she was using. She was using you as a man taking some little girl, and then you being black at the same time. It's alright, bro. So that's what happened.
This is just how the world works, okay? Stereotypes exist for a reason. Does it mean that everyone is a part of the stereotype? Of course,
no.
Of course not. There's always going to be exceptions, and we're speaking in generalities. But to try to neglect the reality of how things are is ridiculous.
I'm not debating with this ignorance. This is insane.
Wow.
I was gonna say, oh, you beat him. No, this is just stupid shit. You're saying in proliferating terrible stereotypes.
No, he's
making
not.
The problem worse. When it all comes down to it,
I mean, actually, it's kind of interesting because you're.
I'm sorry, I don't really trust men who paint their nails like that. I'm sorry, I'm not attacking men who like you could be a person who's watching me who paint your nails, whatever. But I don't really trust men who do that. Am I talking to you? Probably not, because if you have the fall in that situation where you paint your nails, you may not be doing the things that I think you will do. So if you happen to fall in that, I'm not directly talking to you.
Confirming the stereotypes right now about progressives. You guys are retarded. Because here's how progressives argue, right? They argue by calling you a bigot or some other and oh, you use slurs. Nobody gives a fuck about any of that, and we're tired of the political correctness.
And that's why these kids cannot survive a what do you call it? A Call of Duty lobby.
And a big part of the problem here is that college campuses are where these progressive retards are born.
Yes, they fester, all of them. They all come from this. And then when they get out of school, when they finally get out, they start realizing the world is not what they was told. Speaking of nails, I need to cut mine. I need to cut mine too, because I keep getting that a lot. Whenever I'm doing artwork, you guys say, cut your nails. You guys always get at me. My mom said the same shit to me. I was doing like it was the video I did, the TikTok video of the what do you call it? The sketchbook thing I got recently, and I did the video on TikTok, and I showed her the video because she likes seeing my videos when I'm making a commercial. And the one thing she focused on, like, why is your nail so long? I'm like, fuck you. When you fucking pay attention to the shit, don't pay attention to my nails. I'm like, shit. Fine, I'll cut them, but damn. Is the video good at least? You fucking, I'm like, man.
So that's why I'm touring the campuses, to wake you guys up and let you guys know this, like, stupid leftist ideology of acceptance for everybody, it's bullshit. It's not how the real world works, okay? You got to deal with how the real world works. So college campuses are kind of like their own little ecosystem that don't adhere to reality. That's why this guy can come up on a microphone, thinks he knows what he's talking about, and just say, oh, well, you're racist. Am I a liar? If you can call me a liar or figure out that I'm a liar, then I'll be okay. But calling me a bigot or a racist or whatever, so what? Who gives a fuck? Put the Roman up. I don't give a shit.
Damn! That was the moment I saw. I was like, I know Meyer has some moments, but that was funny. He said, put the Roman up. He said, yeah, I don't give a fuck. I'll put the shit up. Yo, this is exactly why these kids can't survive a Call of Duty lobby. That shit is funny. That is funny.
Am I a liar? If you can call me a liar or figure out that I'm a liar, then I'll be okay. But calling me a bigot or a racist or whatever, so what? Who gives a fuck? Put the Roman up. I don't give a shit.
He said, put the Roman. I don't give a shit.
This is the middle finger to political correctness.
Yes.
The last bit of leftist ideology, ooh, my bad. The last bit of leftist ideology gives you the ability to be up here and have a mic. Because if it was back pre-civil rights, you would not have the chance to speak in front of us. You would not have the right to come onto a campus like this.
Yeah, but the thing is now is that progressives overwhelmingly push for more censorship. If Kamala Harris came in, she was going to get people banned off all the different platforms. So it started as freedom, and now what it's become is mass censorship for hate speech.
Correct.
And progressives absolutely lead that in every regard.
Do you know what I consider what hate? This is my definition of hate speech. My definition of hate speech isn't that you said something mean. I think it's considered hate speech when you lie. Does that make sense? If I see a girl and she's fucking fat, how is that hate speech? I'm saying something that is obvious that a baby can point out. If the bitch is fat, just like a dude was fat, how is it that it's hate speech when I call a bitch fat, but when I call my homeboy fat, it's not considered being hateful? Shit, forget he's my friend. I tell another dude, a dude I don't know, lose weight. You know what bro will say? You know what, man, you kind of right. I gotta lose some weight, bro. He's like, I gotta hit the gym eventually. You know what I'm saying? Go up to a dude and said, hey, man, you're so big, man. Gotta lose some weight. Gotta hit the gym. You know what bro's gonna do? He's gonna agree with you 9 times out of 10. He may not like what you said, but he's gonna agree with the shit you said. Go up to a bitch and say that same exact thing. She will call you hateful, you hate women, you don't get pussy, you this, you that, everything under the sun. Everything under the sun. But say, I'm not fat. Big bone activities. She'll call you every name on the book, but she won't call you a liar. You know what I'm saying? I consider it hate speech when you're lying. That's hate speech. Because I must hate you enough to lie in your face about something. But remember, love is truth. Lies is hatred. I must let's put it this way. You hate your if I was a husband and I was lying to my wife, do I love her or do I hate her? Especially something that she needs to hear. I probably hate the bitch. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not doing anything good for her or for my well-being. So me lying to her doesn't do better for her. 9 times out of 10. Especially when it's something that needs to be addressed. Like she's gaining a lot of weight or she needs to stop doing something specific. And I'm just going to lie to myself about that or to her? That's dumb as hell. Only a moron will do that. Don't lie to your wife. Be honest. Women love men who are honest. That's why these feminists can't stop fucking men who they hate.
How do you define hate speech?
Look at Sakuno.
I don't think it exists. It's not real. It's a.
I think that's a wrong take. I think for Myron that's a wrong take. I think it's based on lies.
Made up term.
But you acknowledge
because it's subjective.
Do you acknowledge that slurs exist?
What's that?
Do you acknowledge that slurs exist because you've been using them and you know that they're derogatory?
It's a word. Who cares?
It's hate speech.
Okay. See, that's the thing.
That's a bitch move. That's a bitch speech. That's what it is. You're letting words bother you. If you let words bother you that much, come on, bro.
What might be hate speech to you might not be hate speech to someone else. It's completely subjective based on where that individual is in their political ideology or how they feel. And since it's based on how you feel, I don't take it seriously because everyone feels differently on different things. It's a word. And if you're controlled by words, then you got way bigger problems.
Whatever. It's your worldview. It's wrong, but
Still can't prove how it's wrong. What's up?
What's up? I'm bad with microphones, my bad. All right, is this good? I'm sorry, I'm really bad with microphones. All right, cool. So, all right. Do you know what collective effervescence is? What? Collective effervescence.
Wait, what?
This is a 3-part question, I'm sorry. Collective effervescence, that crowd feeling that you get when you're at a concert.
Bro really came up here with the pink hair.
Or when you...
Bro think he's Markiplier 2011.
Being part of a group kind of elevates the feeling already. When you listen to a good song, you're like, yeah, I like it. But when you're in a crowd moshing with people, that feeling's amplified. Collective effervescence, that's basically what it is.
Okay.
So my next part to the question is, Do you believe all people on this planet are deserving of being treated as people who should be able to go and live a good life?
What?
Do you think all people on the planet are deserving of being treated as people who should go and live a good life?
What kind of question is this? What kind of fucking question is this? This is a stupid ass question. Not because the question is dumb, it's just like it just seems so obvious. Good job, bro. This feels like a stupid question to ask. Like it's 2 + 2 4. It's like 2 + 2 4. Yes, obviously people should live their lives and live in peace and all that shit. Like what the dumb question is this? This is a stupid question.
To a degree.
Okay. Do you celebrate or do you feel that collective effervescence as a human of like the happiness of those whose views different from your own? Like when they go and live a good life, even though they're not living by your worldview, can you still be happy for them?
Well, yeah. I may not live an LGBT life, but I know people live that and that makes them happy. They can do their shit in the corner. You actually expect everyone to live by the same worldview as you is insane. There's 8 billion people on this planet. You cannot monitor 8 billion people to live on your worldview. Shit, it's even hard to monitor a few people in your lifetime if they're living by your worldview, much less 8 billion of them. That's why this question sounds stupid. Because it's such an obvious thing to ask. It's like it just seems pointless to ask this question. You honestly believe that everyone on this planet is going to live by your worldview, your religion, your ideology? No. This is why Japan is having this fucking problem with the West, and the West having this fucking problem with Japan. Japan has different values and how they look at things and stuff like that. And they can't fathom in their head why these dyed-haired individuals don't like our anime, but they don't like our tropes at the same time. Like it's fucking weird. Like I think it was like the commercial with the family and the McDonald's. They were confused on why we made a wholesome family eating McDonald's offensive to majority of y'all, because most of them are degenerate and stupid. Most of them are degenerate, stupid, and are lost souls who don't know what's up and down. Most of them don't know themselves, their pronouns, or who they are. 1984, I know about that one. The whole world. Pretty much cyberpunk. We're all gonna be under one veil.
Here's the thing: they can do what they want, right? And we can have discussions on why I might disagree with them or they might disagree with me. I think that's the important thing. But people can. It's a free country, yeah. But and people can make their own choices. But we should be able to have discussions on certain topics. Nothing should be off the table of talking about.
No, I agree. But do you celebrate the happiness of your neighbor?
No, he's not. The problem why a lot of people hate someone like Myron is because he doesn't adhere to what this dude is asking, per se. He's saying the obvious thing. I'm not going to be mean to you, but I'm going to be honest to you. Honesty is care. You know what I'm saying? This is why a lot of people who don't open that Bible don't like the Bible. That's why a lot of people hate the Bible, because they don't want to open what's actually in there, because it goes against their worldview. You know what I'm saying? That's why. Because the irony in this is, like, a lot of people don't like the Bible who they don't like the Bible because it's super conservative, but those same people will stand with Palestine and all that shit. And they don't realize how conservative they're more conservative than probably the Bible. I'm gonna be honest with you. Because at least in the Bible, at least it tells you, like, if someone is opposing of you and how God thinks, you leave them alone and move on with your life. Do not deal with them. You can tell them about His word, but after that, it's not your job to. It's your word to give the word, but it's not your word to force it, right? In something like the Quran, they force that shit upon you. If you ain't fucking with that, either they tax you or they kill you. And their whole Bible talks about killing, and it's okay to lie. They ain't doing none of that. They're not doing none of that. So, like, I'm saying, like, that's the thing. But the LGBT will be like for Palestine and all that shit. But they don't ever know They just think because if they're nice to them, they'll set their lifestyle. That's not how that works. That's why a lot of people say that's like saying LGBT or gays for Palestine is like the same for chicken for KFC. It's the same. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's stupid as fuck. But they're so far gone in being super nice, they think that's good enough for them to just change their mind. These religions has been around for thousands of years. You think they're gonna just change their shit in the first 20 because you just happened because we're just open to the idea of letting gays do their thing? No. Fuck no.
Who completely disagrees with your worldview but goes and lives a happy life right alongside you?
It depends what the disagreement is, what topic, etc. That's a very broad question.
Remember, pride is a sin.
But what's your
No, that's the whole question. Just like, are you able to admit
cows
you're
for
wrong
McDonald's
sometimes when other people are happy, not living by your worldview?
I mean, they can do what they want to do, but if I'm right, I'm right. Like, I'm not going to say...
Yes. Yes, you can go check it out right now. You can type in gays for Palestine. Is up there. They're still up there. Majority of them are gay or for Palestine. And Palestinians don't fuck with that gay shit. I remember they came up to a dude, they were asking a question, like one of the Palestinians, they were asking questions about, how do you feel about the gays with the Palestine? He said, I don't do that gay thing. We're not for gays. He said, go away. He can hardly speak English, but when he heard the word gay, he's like, fuck that. Remember, these people are for his cause, and he said, fuck you. That's how much they don't fuck with y'all like that. Like, I'm saying, there's, like, even when it's, they hate you guys so much, like the whole LGBT thing so much, to the point that even if it benefits them, for them to help them in their situation, they don't want to fuck with you. They rather die before they fuck with you.
Oh yeah, that's totally right. I'd be happy. Like, it's...
All right, thank you.
No worries.
How you doing, Myron?
Yo, what's up?
So I just had a question with so if you had to give a message to all the men and women on this campus, like, what's your criteria for, like, success?
Criteria for a man versus criteria for a woman
it's
for
real.
success?
Oh, you thought that? Yeah, it's real, bro. Why do you think most religions don't fuck with the LGBT thing? Majority of all religions don't fuck with. I think probably Satanism does. I think Satanism is the only one that fucks with the whole, like, LGBT lifestyle. Every other religion don't fuck with that.
Yes, so for both.
Yeah, for a guy, have your money together, be able to be a breadwinner, and your wife should be able to rely on your salary alone. And she could go to her, she should be, here's something for the ladies here that they never clip. I truly do believe the metric of success for a guy is, if your girlfriend or wife works, she should be able to go to her job at any time and say, fuck you guys. She should be able to have that level of security, right, until you have kids. And then for women, just don't be a whore. Find a guy. Get married as soon as you can while your value is still high. Because here's the thing, and
Correct. Correct. Yeah, there very are. The reason why they think they're doing right, because they think that they're under the impression, because they're all under the same, because since 2015, 2016, since that pride flag, that flag has been synonymous everywhere, they think because I'm Muslim and you're gay and you're a woman or you're a woman of color and you're not a white straight male who's into God, we're all under the same veil. So they see every other minority woman or woman of color, man of color under the same veil, but in reality they all oppose each other. They just say what they're seeing is, as long as you're not a straight, white, blue-eyed, God-fearing male, you one of us. So if you're trans, gay, bisexual, everything under every probably LGBT word that you can probably think of, and you know you're black, you're Hispanic, you're Asian, you're under that veil. No, I don't think so. That's the problem. They think that whole flag tells everyone we're on the same team when they're really not. You just assume we're on the same team because that's just what America from 2016 has brainwashed y'all for the last 10 years, I believe. But if you really put these people next to each other in the same room, they do not get along at all. You should see what's going on in Canada. They have like organizations where they have to be like, everyone has to have everyone has some form of privilege over one person, and they have to tell their privilege and how their privilege is much more like it's a what do you call it, a oppression Olympics amongst each other, amongst whites, women, LGBT, disabled, black, white. You know, it's all different, like mental illness type shit. It's not people who can't focus or people who can't like take the real world for what it is, right? That's what it is. Yeah, it's a privilege off. Correct. You're on the money. Correct. It's a privilege off. Yeah, they have the cards. They have the privilege cards and a tier. Yeah, like a tier list. Yeah, you have to have a card to show what's your privilege problems and all that stuff, and you have to go up to the mic and say it's insane and fucking it's mentally draining. It's mentally draining. And I'm not even being hyperbolic. It's insane. I think we did a video on it with It's a Gundam.
For both.
Yeah, for a guy, have your money together.
Sadly, it's real. Yeah, it does sound like a South Park episode, but it is real. It's fucking crazy.
Be able to be a breadwinner, and your wife should be able to rely on your salary alone. And she could go to her, she should be, here's something for the ladies here that they never clip. I truly do believe the metric of success for a guy is,
okay, you was there? Okay,
or
cool.
wife works, she should be able to go to her job at any time and say, fuck you guys. She should be able to have that level of security, right, until you have kids. And then for women, just don't be a whore. Find a guy. Get married as soon as you can while your value is still high. Because
you see how he's explaining this? This sounds so basic, it's not even funny, but somehow this man is considered an evil man.
Here's the thing, and I'll tell you guys this because I'm 36 now.
The funny thing is, what he's saying is nothing new. He's not saying anything new. We millennials has been taught this from yay high. You get a job, okay, you go to school, you go to college, you get out of college, you apply to a few jobs here and there that's within the thing you went for. You get said job within probably a month or two, maybe within the year. And then when you get the job, you do the intern thing, depending on what it is. You be an intern for like a couple of months to a year, probably. And then you get the job officially. You get paid for what you do. You make a good salary. You find a girl who's probably in your workspace or probably outside that workspace. Yeah, or as a dude. You find a girl. You guys get along. You date for a couple of months or so. You make it official, whatever case may be. You next 3 to 4 years, you get married, you have kids, you know what I'm saying? And then you're supposed to be, quote unquote, the breadwinner because you're supposed to have more money than she. Because remember, no matter how many women say the whole, like, we're being equal thing, they want a dude who has so much more money than them. They'll always say we want to go 50-50, but let's be honest, majority of most women want a man who makes more money than them. Women don't like men who makes less money than them or the same, because all they're saying is thinking to themselves like, you're a man. Because women have this idea of like, if you're a man, you should have more than I do. I'm the woman. I'm the weaker sex out of the two, and I always get like help in some way, whether it be programs, family, whatever case it be. But you're a dude. You're supposed to have like the ultimate drive to get to point A, point B. And most women believe all men get accolades to a degree where they're just a man, right? So if you're on the same level as her, she sees you as less than. But you have to be making more than her, not significantly more, but like more enough to say she can say, okay, my boyfriend makes more. But that doesn't make her look bad. It only makes bad on a dude when he say he makes less than her. That's what a lot of, because you never hear a girl being made fun of if she makes less than her boyfriend. You never hear that. But see what you said there. You said I don't mind if she makes hella money, but at the end of that, you said I just gotta try to make hella lot too. But in your head, you said hella lot. But what you're really saying is I want to make more than her. She can make money. Say she's making, say, $70,000 a year. Great, but you in your head, you want to make 80. You don't want to make 70. You want to make 80. You want to make 90. You want to make 100,000. Because remember, a girl is not made fun of for making less than her boyfriend. The man gets made fun of for making a boy. This is why these same bitches will be mad at you when you don't pay on the first date. But they don't want you. They don't want to pay for themselves. They want you to pay. The screen froze. Am I good? Am I froze? Am I frozen? Okay, good. So like, yeah, so like when you're on a date, they want you to pay. They not paying. Note, they don't know you yet. They want you to pay. Remember what I said, like, I think a few weeks ago? I said it only makes sense if you don't know each other and we don't know if this is going to even go well. I suggest you pay for yourself and you pay. He pays for himself, you pay for yourself. Till you guys get to a point where you really are comfortable with each other, let your boyfriend pay. Because he knows that at the end of the date, he's going to get the kiss. At the end of the date, he might get some ass. At the end of the date, he might get to hang out with you a lot more, get more intimate with you. But if he goes on the date off rip on the first date, and then you're not feeling him and stuff, not only that he just wasted money, he didn't get nothing at the end. Now he just feels like he just wasted his time. He wasted his time, he wasted his money, and he didn't get nothing in of worthy. He didn't get a hug. He just said bye. Do you see how stupid this goes? That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, like, most men... Sorry, gotta go be host by... Okay, it's alright, Mikey. Go do your thing, bud. So, like, that's why a lot of women are okay with their men making more money. Like, why do you think a lot of girls would try to look for a NFL player, a baseball player, someone who's making significant amount of money to them? They want a dude who makes more money than them. You never see a dude trying to date a girl who makes a lot of money than him. No, but that's exactly what Myron said. That's exactly what Myron said. He said make enough money for her to be secure enough so she can say fuck y'all guys at her job so she don't have to work there no more. She can stay home. That's what you just said is exactly what he said, but slightly different. You said it differently, but it ends up in the same premise. It falls right back on, I want to make more money. I want to have enough that she can fall back on me. That is literally what he said.
Have your money together, be able to be a breadwinner, and your wife should be able to rely on your salary alone. And she could go to her, she should be, here's something for the ladies here that they never clip. I truly do believe the metric of success for a guy is, if your girlfriend or wife works, she should be able to go to her job at any time and say, fuck you guys. She should be able to have that level of security, right, until you have kids. And then for women, just don't be a whore. Find a guy. Get married as soon as you can while your value is still high. Because here's the thing, and I'll tell you guys this because I'm 36 now, and I deal with women, like obviously, all the women my age are struggling to find a guy. Because they get their career, they want to get that all settled, then they try to find a guy. Very difficult, because the guys that...
Hey, that makes your job more easy. That makes your job easy. If you can get a chick who wants to work at home or don't want to work and just want to be a mom, that's a win. That's a win, Nate. That's not a loss. Because she wants to be home. She don't want to be out there like that. She don't want to be dealing with people. She don't want to be out and about and shit like that. That's great. That's a win. Okay, didn't this guy date multiple women? It don't matter. That don't matter. Maybe he's not ready to settle down. I don't think it's wrong for someone to date multiple women, because it doesn't matter how many women he date. Is what he's saying true? Because it sounds true to me. That sounds like anything that I will die for that. I will die for the fact that I can make a lot of money, have my wife stay home. If she wants to make her business thing at home and stuff like that, that's fine. I'm not sure. But that doesn't change anything. Because even if he did, it doesn't change the fact that what he's saying is true. I don't even think it's hypocritical, because he didn't say go date a bunch of women or you should be dating a bunch of women. A bunch of those red pill individuals go tell you all that, go date a bunch of women in X, Y, and Z. They'll be telling that shit. Those looks maxing motherfuckers, I'm saying. He's not saying this freeze frame is funny as fuck. I just realized, I just looked at his face. He like, Mario looks stupid in the face. I'm sorry, he looked crazy stupid. I just now noticed the face. You know what I'm saying? Like this is what I'm saying. If he started saying date multiple women, I will not listen to that. I will not listen to that. Because I think that could be damaging. Yeah, it looked like he was beatboxing.
At their age, They want to date down. So for women, it only gets harder as you age to find a partner. So that's what I would say is the metric of success. A guy being able to take care of a family and being competent, and then for a woman, find a guy that you want to be with, like your dream man.
Okay, so is that like ultimately your goal? I think you said that you were 36 at this point.
Yeah.
Is that ultimately the goal that you're going for? I don't know if you have kids or anything, but is that like...
No.
No, that's not what you're...
No. I'm saying I don't have kids, no.
Okay, so is that something that you're trying to do in your life?
Yes.
In the future.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, that's good.
See? Even if he's dating multiple women, he still wants the same thing he just said he wanted. So that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Even criminals wants that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of criminals want that life. Like, how many times you see, like, a lot of those crime movies where someone's a drug dealer, or a person becomes a drug dealer, or a drug lord? What do they have? They have a wife and 2 kids. The kids are going to private school, some fucking expensive private school, right? The wife is home all the time. She's usually some type of... She's home, but she's always, like, buying shit and stuff. Don't get a woman who buys shit, who's, like, into makeup and shit. Like she's, like, buying shit. I'm saying, it's hard to explain that because, like, it's gonna sound rude. But anyways, the point is, he has a woman who's home. She's usually pretty. The kids are good. They're going to school. Even though he's doing illegal activities, he's trying to keep that safe family structure that he has a wife, 2 kids, and a nice home. So even when criminals are doing their criminal shit, they still have that basic need to have wife, a kid, and a home. And probably a dog and probably a picket fence somewhere. And they live in a gated community somewhere. Or a very nice house far away from people. It still falls back, even if they started off wrong, it still falls into that ideology of having what Myron just explained.
No worries. Yo.
What's going on, Myron?
The girl doesn't even, like, the wife doesn't even work. She doesn't have to work. Because he makes, like, millions of dollars. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, what's up, man?
Could I intern for you this summer? I work for minimum wage.
Bro is he brave? He came up here for a job. Hey, times are tough. I respect bro. He walked up there and said, "Can I work for you, bro?" Well, if you get your girl, like, okay. I don't think nothing's technically wrong getting your girl gifts. But, like, this is a hard thing. I don't think it's horrible to get your girl gifts here and there. Yeah, I can't hate it. But, like, I don't think nothing's wrong giving your woman gifts or she giving you shit. But I don't think it's something that should be solely expected, because once you start doing that, if you can't provide trinkets, then they're gonna see you as less than. I know it's hard to say that because, like, it's, like, hard to fathom, but it'll be too long of a explanation for me to get into that. But, like, and I'll be just yapping throughout why that can be good and bad at the same time. Not saying that my girl don't get me stuff for my birthday, but, like, I try not to, like, buy her things unless I feel like it's either necessary or the occasion makes sense. So, like, if it's her birthday, I'll get her something. If it's, like, a Christmas time, I might get her something. But I'm not going to just get her stuff for the sake of getting her stuff. Oh, she's a good woman. Keep her. Oh, she likes you then, Nate. Your girl likes you, bro. Fuck you, Brian. Fuck you. I hate y'all. Why do you guys do this to me? I hate you so much, bro. Man, I tell you so. You guys hate me when it comes to the soup shit. God damn. No, he's making a joke. He knows I hate soup. I hate you, bro. God damn it. Yeah, you said soup. It's an inside joke. He knows what I'm talking. I hate you, bro.
Talk to Brett.
I would love to.
Yeah.
Brett, which one? are you,
Jesus
sir?
Christ. But yeah,
There you
your
go.
girl likes you, bro. I'm like, if your girl doesn't like getting gifts from you, she likes you. She wants you to save your money because what's smart on her behalf, if you're saving your money, you use that money for more wiser reasons. In the long run, it would be soup. Yeah, no, I hate soup. My audience don't just likes to see me suffer. Yeah, lock her down. You that's a girl you want because what's happening is that she may not know it. I'm not saying she knows this because I don't know your girl, but she may not know what I'm talking about. But in later time, if she likes you, she will not ask you for things. People like you more when they're not quick to take. They're more quick to give than they are quick to take, right? And what happens is if you become her future wife, her future husband, what's going to happen is whatever money that you saved up will be applied to her and your kids for like a home, a car, something that is actually needed and will be spent on wisely than buying stupid trinkets like stupid lipstick and fucking you call it necklaces and stupid makeup and shit. Yeah, I'm saying like it's not that deep, right? Because I think you should appreciate your girl for her natural abilities or like her natural looks than she having fucking makeup. I'm not saying that makeup is evil per se. It is vain, but like I'm not saying it's evil to look nice. I'm not saying it's not bad she dolls herself once in a while, and I say that very loosely, once in a while for like a special occasion. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't. I would take her advice seriously. I wouldn't buy her things if you don't have to. I think she'll appreciate you more if she had to ask for money for something that is necessary than you just giving her stuff. Now, like I said, it's nothing wrong if you want to get her for her birthday, even her on a Christmas, some shit. But that's not crazy. It's not evil, but like I would have refrained because, well, one, DoorDash is expensive as fuck, right? And they'd be overcharging you and they'll be putting their dick in your food because you didn't put a fucking like a tip or some shit. So but yeah, like 9 times out of 10, if I was you, I would take her advice and use that to save your money. Save as much money. You're young. Save your money while you have the chance. Save as much as you can, bud. And then use that money for like stocks and bonds. Put that money into real estate. I know you probably hear this 1,000 times for your elders or so, but they're not lying to you. Put your money in real estate and stocks. Learn how stock market works and stuff. Learn those things. Because if you're young now, so if you get into that now, you might retire at 30. You might retire at my age. So like, or well, at least before you're 40. So like, I would suggest save your money, put it into stocks, learn how the stocks work, learn how real estate works, put your money in real estate because everyone's going to need a house no matter what. No matter what, people are going to need a house. People are going to need a house more than they need medical because you need somewhere to live, right? So put your money in real estate. You can put your money in other things like other forms of businesses, but I will put it in real estate. That will be the first thing I'll put in. Learn to trade and all that stuff. So
Mr.
Bro
Brett.
just dipped. It's fine.
All right,
It's the guy that has like the beard and stuff like that. Just
Awesome.
pull him
Appreciate
aside.
it. You have a good one.
All right, man. Who's up next? Any haters?
You mind if I read a quick verse for you?
A what?
A verse.
Verse.
It just ties into the question.
All right, sure.
This is in Luke 32. If you love those who love you, what credit is that to you? Even sinners love those who love them. And if you do good to those who are good to you.
no, that's why you should learn your own. You should never really rely. I'm not saying not to rely on family when you get inherited shit, but I was always trying to make your own piece of your own pie. So I'm not saying not to ask for help or try to understand something. I'm just saying don't rely on the fact that your parents and your grandparents may leave you something because they may not, or they may not do it the right way, or they may not have anything. I don't know how your family structure is. I don't know how they go, but I'm just saying I suggest if they do have real estate or AKCB or houses or stuff like that, learn how how to get a house, how to buy a house, how to sell a house, how to flip a house, how to, you know, what's tax deeds, what's tax liens. You know, learn these things. It will, in long run, make you more money. Oh, you should love him. I would, if I was, I would take, bro. I'm not. You can be fucking rich if you listen to your grandpa. If he knows what he's doing, you can make a lot of money. I mean, a lot of money. A lot, and you don't have to go to no fuck ass college either, too. It doesn't require going to college to do that shit, too. It really doesn't. It helps, but it doesn't require it.
To you, what credit is that to you? Even sinners do that. And if you lend to those from whom you expect repayment, what credit is that to you? Even sinners lend to sinners, expecting to be repaid in full. But love your enemies, do good to them, and lend them without expecting to get anything back. Then your reward will be great, and your children will be the Most High, because He is kind to the ungrateful and wicked. Be merciful just as your Father is merciful. And my question ties less about the love of that, but more to the respect. And I feel like a lot in today's society that whether it be Christian men or just men in general, we lose that higher ground of respecting those who might be different than us. But it is, I think, the more higher ground to put yourself on. I don't know if you see that too, or you think there's anything we can do for that.
Why is that such a focus?
Well, the thing is this. You're always going to offend somebody, right? So the reality is if it's the truth, it is what it is. Some people have different levels of tolerance when they hear the truth, but we should still be focusing on trying to get as close to the truth as possible. So if people get offended, it is what it is. Sometimes you need to offend people to wake them up. So I think that's just a casualty of discussion.
I think that's all I have.
All right. Who's up next?
Do you believe all relationships should be 50-50?
No. No, it could never be 50-50. That's just a fucking lie we tell each other. That's not no. Like, you can try to do that as much as you could, but most cases, women don't want 50-50. They want you to be, if anything, if they're willing to do 20-90, they will if it benefits them. So, like, if you make like $100,000 a year or even more than that, say you're making $1 million, they don't give a fuck about anything they have to say. They'll as long as they get to live in the mansion, get to not work, and get to, I want to say shop. I'm not saying get a woman who likes to shop, but if they get to shop and stay home and do stuff, they're not gonna give a fuck about having no business, because why would they have to do that? No, they'll 100. They're like, okay, women are taught to go 100 as like of a man, but ultimately most women don't have to, because most women can fall on the idea that a man will always take them no matter what. Because that's why women in their like 30s and 40s, that's why you can see those women on those pop the balloons, and they'll be like fucking 30, 40, 50 and still be talking to a man as if they're in their 20s. You know what I'm saying? And this is what Myron said. The more older they get within their 30s, the more it's hard for them to date, because men in their 30s and 40s end up dating down to women in their 20s. Because a woman in their 20s have nothing, and usually when they have nothing, they'll take a dude who has something. Then, because like a girl in her 20s is not, like, if a girl in her 20s and 22 dates a guy who's 24, the likelihood of him having the same money as her is probably the same or less. But if she gets with a dude who's like 28, 29, 30, 40, 30, 35, 9 times out of 10, he has more money than the guy at 22. You know what I'm saying? 9 times out of 10. Right? He has more experience, he has more money, he probably has a house. You know what I'm saying? So she's gonna probably date him more, she's gonna date the 22-year-old. Like, we all know it, back when we was growing up, if you was 16, 17, 18, you knew a girl who was dating dudes who was like in mid-20s to 30s. You know what she was doing is wrong, but you can't really like prove it, or even, you can't, you know what I'm saying? What are you gonna do? Snitch on her and then you still get no pussy? You're still gonna look like a loser, right? So you said to yourself that you're gonna work as hard as possible to be the next big thing in your 20s, so you have more money than the dude that she was dating, right? So like, if you was 16, you knew a chick who was like 7, probably even 14, 15, dating dudes who are 20, 30. Unfortunately, yes, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm talking about. It's sad, but it's true. So yeah, I don't think relationships can be 50-50. It can be as 50 in certain situations, but it's not as 50 as all the time. You can't.
No.
See?
Why?
Because egalitarianism in a relationship is it's basically a myth. Like, women might say, I want a 50-50 relationship, but they really don't. They'll say that to, like, kind of save face, but they want to...
Let me put it this way. Say a girl is on a dating app. There's 3 guys she swipes. The first guy, he's a computer tech. He makes, say, $70,000 a year. The other guy, he's like some type of engineer, or he's like a nurse. He makes similar money, probably a bit higher. And then the other guy is a fucking NFL player. He makes millions of dollars and he gets contracts and endorsement deals. You think she's gonna date any of the dudes who's similar to her? Fuck no. She's not going to pick the 2 dudes who are in similar price range as she when it comes to salary. She's going to pick the NFL player. Perfect example of this is Sukuna's girlfriend. You think Sukuna's girlfriend's gonna break up with Sukuna who makes millions of dollars a year? He was probably funding, she probably lives with him and funds her lifestyle. You think she's gonna find another Sukuna off rip? Fuck no. Why do you think in those Love and Hip Hop shows, most of those girls are toxic as fuck, but they don't leave the man that they're with because half of them makes more money than they do? Way more money. They're more known. Why do you think most of those housewife bitches still try to perceive themselves as rich? Because they're usually either an ex-wife of a famous person, whether it's an actor, a singer, a rapper, of NFL, or a sports player, you know what I'm saying? Some form of entertainer, you know what I'm saying? They still see themselves as like the most valid wife because it was first. Because they have children, so they get money off from him. When he gives money to the course, she gets the money from him. I remember a story where Ludacris cried to the girl he fucked, and when she found out, he cried to her because he found out that she was pregnant. So she said she's gonna keep the baby, but he didn't want nothing to do with her. He cried and asked her to get an abortion. She said she will not do it. He said he don't want to be with her. She said, you don't care. I'm gonna have this baby. You're gonna pay for this. She said, you are my meal ticket. She said that in his face. So when women say 50-50, it's not really 50-50. It's just 50-50 because it's convenient at the time to say such things. But if they can pick a dude who makes way significant more money than they could, more than their father, their family structure, all of them, they'll take it off rip. They don't give a fuck. The dude can be cheating around them all they want. As long as they get to live in that lifestyle that they never got to live, they'll do it. Most of them, you'll be surprised how long lost people are to live a life where they don't have to work, they don't have to stress, they don't have to worry, where case may be. You'd be surprised. It's so sad. It's surprising.
A guy that's going to be a protector and a provider and a decision maker, and that simply can't exist in a 50-50 relationship.
Got you. And then a lot of people say you're their hero. Who's your hero?
If I have to guess, okay, I didn't see this part. I only saw the very first part with the dude who got owned, and I held this to show you guys. If I had to guess, well, for me, it will be my dad. Because he's the actual male role model of my entire life, who's been there from day one to this point. Out of all the males I've met and known, either they're gone, I don't talk to them anymore, or where case may be, it's my dad. Because he's literally been there for me. He's my dad. You know what I'm saying? He's my literal dad. Like, your dad should be your first hero of every hero that you watch. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's a sports player, a superhero, a actor, or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird to have a role model of someone you've never been around than someone you've been around. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird for someone to say, oh, Lil Wayne is my, or, I don't know, John Travolta is my hero. How is he your hero? Oh, because he's a good actor. Yeah, but he didn't take care of you. He don't know you. Or someone says, like, LeBron James or some shit. I'm like, yeah, he's talented and he's really good at the game, but how is he your hero? The one who's your hero is the person who's probably in your life and like funding that to a degree where you feel safe or have some form of like, I don't want to say community, but some form of like you know, some type of essence of like you can do it, or you can have an idea that they'll help you out or they'll be there for you. Right? If I have the I'm gonna just guess that if he says dad, it'll be insane.
My dad.
Ah! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Bro, I should stop doing this art shit. Bro, what the hell? Let's go! Let's go! Now, I'm gonna say something that is... Okay, I understand that a lot of boys don't have their dads. And that's not fair to this... To a degree, what I'm saying is not kind of fair to them. Because a lot of them don't have their dads because of the choices their mom made to have a man who wasn't going to be there for them in the first place. So I can't fault you on not having a dad. Especially if it's your biological dad, because these bitches are horrible and they don't like to tell the truth of who's the real father of their children. That shit be crazy as fuck. It doesn't matter if you're white, black, Hispanic. The bitches do this to their children, and they do this to the man, and then they get away with it, or they get sympathy, or some shit like that. Some stupid shit, right? So I can't fault you for not having a dad. Right? That's not fair. It's not like you can just pick your parents before you're born, right? Character custom creation. You can only do that when you play like GTA. GTA Online. You get to pick your parents in the game. That shit was weird. I always like you pick like weird like they give you like characters that exist in the game. Like main characters, and you can have them as your parents. I always found that weird. That was a weird thing in GTA Online. Very weird. I thought it was kind of weird. But yeah, the point is like I at least pick a male role model in your life that you can at least adhere to. Right? It makes more sense. Like if it was a coach, I guess you can say your stepdad, an uncle, a grandfather. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't help that you can't pick your father. It's not fair to say, oh, your role model should be your dad off rip, especially as a boy, because you can't help if your mom's a whore or she's done some stupid shit, and then pick a man that ain't a shit, or she's a dumb bitch and just pick a stupid idiot because she had one passionate night with a moron, right? If they got a father, it would probably be harder. How would it be harder, though? I mean, wait. If they don't. Oh. I mean, don't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If they don't got a father. Yeah, I'd say if they don't have a father, because I can't fault you for not having a dad. You can't pick your parents, and you can't pick who becomes your dad. Because it was up to most people, if they get to pick who their parents were, they probably wouldn't pick the parents they originally have. They'll probably pick some rich ass parents or some shit like that. But like, so I would say go to the next nearest father role model you can come across, like an uncle, a grandfather, I guess a family friend, a stepdad per se, or a coach or something, as long as they're not doing anything sus on you. But like, what I'm saying, that goes for the uncles as well. If as long, or the grandfathers, they're not doing anything weird or sus on you, and they like you, they talk to you, they give you advice, they give you hugs, they let you know, they tell you the truth. They're what I'm saying, they're there for you. They tell you what's what. They don't bullshit games with you type shit. Like that's what I'm saying. To a degree, I would where you can pick your parents. Not gonna lie, we're gonna make that series that sounds weird as fuck. Wait, what? I would where you can pick your parents. We gotta make that series that That would be weird. Wait, what? I'm confused. What do you mean? What do you mean?
No.
There you go.
Yeah, my dad.
Good job.
And I think everybody should like strive to be that hero for their kid. You know what I mean? Like
correct. A world. Oh my god, I don't understand my autocorrect. It's alright, bro.
We didn't grow up with money or anything. We grew up very poor, but my dad was very solid in his foundation and his morals.
Correct. Correct.
You know, being a man of his word, and that like meant a lot. And it's crazy because I didn't like grow to appreciate it until I became older.
That's usually what happens. We don't really realize it till we're older.
Dude, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
No worries. Dads are important, man.
Sometimes I think dads are more important than moms. Sometimes. A world where you can pick your parents. That'd be. I would call that GTA Online, but you know. But yeah, that would be a strange concept. But like, huh? How would you write that?
So I want to ask, what's your opinion on women in sports, like college and professional?
Waste of time.
So,
I mean, let me ask you, when's the last time you went to a WNBA game?
Not a WNBA game, but like I've been to the women's games here.
Yeah, that's kind of because like you're a student, but you know, once you graduate from here, you ain't gonna never go to a women's game.
So then let me ask you this.
And there you go. I'd say like when they ask this question, women don't watch that shit. They want men to watch women's sports, but women won't watch women's sports. And I'm not saying there's no women who don't watch women's sports, so don't say that shit. I'm saying like for every 100 chicks that exist, probably about 10 will watch women's sports. 10 for every 100 will watch women's sports. For every dude who's gonna watch male sports, about 80% will watch out of that 100. I'm the 20% who doesn't watch male sports. I know the sport. I know how the sport goes. I'm not gonna watch LeBron James throw a ball around and make millions while I'm not making nothing. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know who LeBron James is. I know who Stephen Curry is. I know all these different people. I know who Ronaldo is and all that stuff. I know who these people are. I know who the tennis people. I know who they are. I ain't gonna watch them. You know, that sounds like a DreamWorks movie. That sounds like that sounds like an Illumination or a DreamWorks movie, bruh. Kind of like the Boss Baby. It's not like Boss Baby. Or Stork. Yeah, that's two things that I always said that to myself. I said, if I'm gonna watch you play a sport, I might as well play the sport. This is why you don't watch me play sports video games. I think that's redundant and stupid. I feel like it's extra. I think in my head, and this is just me, not saying y'all, but this is just my head, how I see it. I see if you are playing a sports video game, that's some big back type behavior, because you could be doing said sport, then playing said sport. Like, you can't play Call of Duty running around shooting people in real life. Obviously, you can't, right? But you can definitely go outside and throw a ball with your homeboys, or with your brother, your sister, your dad, someone, right? Or you get a couple of your friends, play some football tomorrow, play in the park or some shit, depending on your situation. But that's what I'm saying. Like, or if you can't play no sports, go fucking work out or something. You don't need no one to do that with. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I'm looking at it. But you can't play a Call of Duty running around shooting people and expect, you know what I'm saying? You can we play that with paintball, but like, yeah, that's a lot of work. But like, you know, that's why I don't play sports video games. And then if I'm gonna fall asleep watching LeBron James throw a ball, because I'm gonna look at it as like, okay, LeBron James worked his ass off to get where he is to make millions to throw a ball around. I didn't, so why the fuck am I watching him? Laser tag is like, yeah, laser tag sounds fun. Or paintball. Paintball, you can play that at Call of Duty, but people play that shit pretty seriously. They like, I've seen videos of those guys playing paintball or something, and they play like it's Call of Duty. Like, it goes kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
So going back to like the stay-at-home dad question, Paul Skeens made $9.2 million in NIL deals in college, and his girlfriend made $9.5 million in NIL deals. So what's your opinion on that? Because Paul Skeens went somewhere with his career, played for the U.S., is playing in a professional sport, and his girlfriend's essentially modeling and not.
Okay, now this is one of those. I think if I have to guess what Myron's gonna say, if I could be wrong about this, Myron might say something around the lines of, "That's cool that happened," but when you really think about it, that's one of those situations where it's like a one-time thing. That's not a generalized type thing. So just because for every, I think, 100 person who's a dude who's working from home, makes whatever money they make, is not going to be making millions compared to the guy who did something completely different or something similar but did something different within that formula. So using that as a form of but you have to watch the mouth do something. Laser tag, it's like COD but in real life, but you have to watch your mouth because they can actually do something. Yeah, I guess so. You're not wrong. Yeah, you can't be an asshole. You can't just say anything now because they're physically in front of you. You can't just log off. You're not wrong.
Not doing anything with her athletic career.
Well, this is capitalism, man, right? It's capitalism, meritocracy. I think if anything, it's kind of funny how the WNBA is negative every year, but the NBA subsidizes it. And quite frankly, if I'm going to be honest, women suck more than men at almost everything, right? Men are better than women at almost everything. And we don't have to lie about it and be like, oh, well, we should give women let them play sports. It's you have a retarded kid that might, make a drawing for you, whatever. You'll get it and you'll be like, oh, this is so beautiful, but it still sucks. That's kind of how women's sports is.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Hey, come on the mic. Come on the mic then. We want to hear what you got to say. Come on the microphone. Come on the microphone. Come on.
He'll scream from a distance, but he won't come on the mic. That tells you everything you need to know.
The microphone. You're welcome to challenge my views. You're welcome to challenge and debate. Don't run. Just come on. We'll have a discussion. It's America, United States of America. Come on, man. Is he running? Where's he at? Oh. Okay, come on. Come on the microphone. Come on the microphone. Does he have pigtails? What the fuck?
He has pigtails?
That's mental sickness right there, guys. Mental illness. We got to make asylums great again.
They're all behaving.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. It's they yell, they get pissed off. They're like, you're so wrong. Da, 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 da. I'm like, okay, well, tell me why I'm wrong. Let's have a discussion. They never wanted to defend their belief system.
Hey, so I have a question on...
Pigtails are Hatsune Miku. I'm so sure you know who that is. Hatsune Miku. That's pigtails. The anime chick with the blue hair with the pigtails. That's Hatsune Miku.
On what your opinion is on WNBA salary. I feel like it should be raised. Angel Reese, pretty entertaining. I feel like she could do the same stuff as LeBron. So, what's your opinion on that?
Let her play in the NBA then.
I mean, let her play then.
But she won't. She will never get a minute of burn time.
All right.
All right. Where are the haters at, man? Weren't they all over there and going crazy or whatever? I walk in and they're like, oh, fuck you. And I'm like, all right, well, get on the microphone. And they don't want to talk. It's like, come on.
How's it going, Myron?
Yo.
I was just wondering what it was like to hang out with Clav and Andrew Tate and all the Avengers. And did you get chills when you saw Clav for the first time?
It was good, man. I mean, Andrew Tate's been a good friend of mine for many years before he blew up in fame. Sneeko, right, is a good friend of mine. It was fun. Nick and everybody. So, yeah.
Any plans to see him again soon?
I'm sorry?
Are you going to hang out with him soon again?
Yeah, I think we're going to probably do something in April. I think Andrew's coming back to the States.
Awesome.
So we'll do
Sounds
something.
Good. Thank you.
No worries, man.
That question was kind of weak. I don't know what was the point of asking that question.
It's our NATO against Talmudic order.
Oh, it's done. All right, guys, I'm gonna let you guys go. This was fun. Don't worry, I'm not gonna bring too much of Myron on stream too much because obviously he's a Devices character and it causes I don't want to bring crazy people trying to harass us on streams. But it was a learning life lesson type thing that we did today. Yeah, so I'm gonna let you guys go. Have a great night. Thank you, Nate. Thank you, Mikey. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Silver and Mighty and B. I don't think PT was here today. I don't think she made it today. She's usually here, but you know it is what it is. So with that said, have a great night. I'll see you guys in the next one. And stay safe. I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, I'm out. Later, guys. I'm out. Hope you learned something today.